Society tells us what to do. The social order tells us who to be. Tyler Brightheart does what he thinks is right. Tyler Brightheart became a rune warrior in defiance of the rules that were set for him. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. Experiments with antimatter have led to gravitational imbalances between realities. Wormholes have opened into the human world. Most of the population perished from meteorite bombardments, which were attracted by the instantaneous curvature of space. All the rest were in for a more terrible fate. Mysterious creatures penetrated the earthly world. These monsters were genetically modified animals that, guided by natural instincts, began to hunt people. The earth became a feeding trough for them. The stronger displaces the weaker. Such are the rules of natural selection. For the first time in its existence, the human race has met a worthy opponent, and now the question arises, what is more important for survival? Intelligence or strength? The electric eagle had spotted its prey. It gracefully maneuvered to catch the sand falcon. The mistake of the smaller brother was fatal. From the clenched paws of the electric eagle, his body broke into small pieces that flew in all directions. The mighty predator sat on top of one of the buildings and began to clean its plumage. It seemed that the failure had upset it, and it decided to distract itself with something. A bullet hit the concrete edge of the building near its paw. The bird jumped reflexively in surprise, but it had no intention of running away. Tyler hid behind the wall so the monster wouldn't notice him. He was a rune sniper and knew well that these predators had keen eyesight. His partner Farrell was surprised by his friend's miss. The guy asked if he was feeling okay today. Maybe they should try this test tomorrow. The sniper silently peered out from cover and directed a stream of shots in the direction of the predator. Farrell, taken by surprise, began to scream, but his voice was not heard over the loud shots. The bird flapped its wings to take off and change its location. The bullets bounced off its armored body, only slightly knocking down its feathers. The disoriented creature raised its muzzle upwards, and its vulnerable spot, its throat, appeared in the sights. It only took one ball to expose his flesh to the destructive force of accelerated lead. Blood spattered through the air, covering the ground in symmetrical drops. The eagle's body fell to the ground. Having lost its blue glow from the electrical discharges, it was dead. Farrell was delighted with his partner's accurate shot. He began to praise him, showering him with compliments. Completing the task quickly will guarantee a high score when completing it. Their team will be the best, and now all the students in the school will know about them. A growl was heard behind them. The friends fell silent and looked in the direction of the sound. There was a small hole in the ruins of the building. A pair of shining eyes looked at them from the darkness. The boys stood motionless, focusing their gaze on the mysterious creature. The monster jumped out of its ambush as easily as if it was made of cardboard. It was a horned white wolf, one of the most dangerous predators, which, unlike its fellows, hunts alone. Farrell didn't have time to react, and the wolf dealt him a strong blow with its powerful paw. Scabs and claws fell around, passing through the body of the young man. He turned into a digital image that began to crumble in the air. The guy screamed in fear as he slowly disappeared. A few seconds later, he disappeared without a trace. Any sudden movement would provoke the monster to attack. He very slowly brought the sight to his face. Holding his breath, the guy waited for the predator to make a mistake. The monster nervously wagged its tail and stepped forward. A shot rang out. The bullet hit its very muzzle, but collided with its armor and simply melted on it. The young man decided to try to hit him from a different angle. He pushed off the concrete block and jumped to the other side of the room. Tyler fired a hail of shots at the horned wolf, the bullets melting off his armor and glowing, causing no damage. The guy looked around for a hiding place, but quickly realized that there was no chance of escaping from such a powerful monster. Under the ceiling, he noticed a steel cable holding a concrete structure. The beast started running towards him, and the guy pointed the barrel of the rifle towards the ceiling, focusing on the part holding the building together. A shot rang out, and the room collapsed, showering the wolf with debris. The monster was trapped, its body immobilized by chunks of concrete. Tyler glanced back at the runes his friend had left behind. The monster was immobilized, but alive. He needed to finish it off. He picked up the runes and formed a weapon with one of them. An energy sword appeared in his hands, emitting a pink glow. It was concentrated plasma. With this sword, you can pierce any armor. The guy held the sword in front of the monster's face, demonstrating its power. The young man swung and dealt a powerful blow to the monster's neck. The sword easily cut through the wolf's body, as if it were made of water. The head separated from the body and fell and rolled across the floor. A digital voice sounded in virtual reality. The task was completed. Tyler Brightheart successfully passed the test. He opened his eyes. The capsule smelled unpleasantly of stale air. The guy winced a little and thought that he needed to complete the tasks faster so as not to smell this stench. The operator's voice sounded, "Please do not leave the capsule until the door is fully open." Farrell was delighted with his friend's clever solution. He stamped his feet in admiration as he greeted him. The professor was tallying up the scores for the test. When it was over, he congratulated Tyler on the extra points he had earned and went to his desk to tally up the students' statistics. Someone was very unhappy with the test results and hit the capsule lid hard with his fist. Everyone gathered, looked towards the sound. The virtual reality simulator is very expensive, and damage to it can even lead to suspension from training. It was Julia. She had a fiery temper, for which she was nicknamed the Pink Demon. The girl was a very skilled fighter in hand-to-hand combat and often created problems for those who did not watch their language. They were old friends with Tyler. The guy wanted to calm her down and asked her to tire her nerves because she would be expelled from school. The broken capsule and her hand would not help her in passing the test. The girl grabbed him by the shirt and angrily asked if he had completed the additional task. The guy pulled away in surprise and replied that he had managed to kill the horned wolf. The teacher was angered by the students' behavior. He angrily threw the test results and told them to listen to him carefully. The real battle is a test filled with unpredictable events, and therefore they must learn to adapt to any situation. All the students fell silent. The professor skillfully adjusted his glasses and continued. So, of all the students, only Tyler Brightheart has passed the test to date. The result is not encouraging, but it is a good incentive for everyone else. The teacher asked Tyler to come over to him. He shook his hand and handed him a piece of paper with the test results written on it. The boy carefully looked through the information provided in the document. His friends greeted him joyfully, but for some reason he was indifferent to his high assessment. However, the owners started accusing him of cheating. One of them said that he had somehow cheated the system and completed the task using some pirated program. Julia's eyes lit up when she heard these words. Everyone knew what it meant. The girl was concentrating her runic energy and would use it now. She walked up and hit the provocateurs on their stupid heads. Their aggressive behavior replaced the despair from the kicks they had received. They began to apologize and begged the girl not to touch them. Julia crossed her arms and sniffled loudly. She tried with all her might to calm down. Tyler looked up and glanced at his friend. He knew his classmates were just jealous of him. If he had the chance, he would have stopped her. But it was too late. In the summer of 2033, air raid sirens began to sound in all cities. Most of the human population ignored them, thinking that it was some kind of system test or something. 10 minutes later, meteorites began to fall to Earth. The destructive power of space objects led to the death of 30% of the entire population of the Earth. Unfortunately, this was only the beginning. After a while, one-way portals began to appear in the sky. Giant monsters of unknown origin crawled out of them. Their power was concentrated in energy minerals. These creatures were called rune beasts. The monster was mainly interested in people. They wandered around the cities in search of prey. A chosen one emerged who had learned to absorb the energy of the runes and use it to his advantage. He revealed the secret of the rune energy to his followers. Thus, a resistance movement was formed. They called themselves the Rune Warriors. By absorbing the energy of the runes, warriors created weapons and acquired magical skills. Thanks to this, people became able to resist magical creatures. People used the monster's energy armor to their advantage and created protective fields around their settlements. Humanity had a chance to survive. Tyler was an ordinary guy until an accident happened to him. One day, during a thunderstorm, he hid under a tree so that the rain wouldn't wet him. He was struck by lightning, and since then, he periodically heard a strange voice in his head. The boy didn't tell anyone about this voice because he was worried that they would think he was crazy. From then on, he became a shut-in and rarely communicated with anyone. The doors of the Flying Donkey's base slammed loudly against the jambs. This underground organization was involved in smuggling contraband. Tyler was one of their couriers. The gang members turned sharply and looked at him. Silence hung in the air. The guy smiled broadly and greeted his colleagues. He often arranged such pranks to tickle the nerves of ardent bandits. The guy in the bandana, nicknamed Six, was the first to react and started laughing, almost hitting himself in the face with dumbbells. Old Chico was one of the oldest members of the gang. Grandpa told Tyler that he would someday get a bullet in the forehead for his jokes. The gang leader was playing mobile games on his phone as usual. He asked the young man to stop making such spectacular appearances, because old Chico would have a heart attack someday, and there would be no one to transport the neurostimulators. The guy already had his evening order waiting for him. The leader pointed at it and asked Tyler to wait while he finished playing a game of Sudoku on his smartphone. The guy looked at the box and asked what was inside. The husband asked him to come to the box and see for himself. The guy came up and extended his hand. A second later, he received a slap on the top of his head. Couriers of his level are not given information about the goods he is supposed to deliver. The order was not a usual one. Maximus personally accompanied him to the backyard and nervously struck a lighter to light a cigarette. The guy tried to close the box, but for some reason, the lid did not want to fall into place. Finally, the trunk lid fell into the right grooves and closed. Maximus abruptly pulled the cigarette out of his mouth from the ringing sound. The man was worried. There was something fragile in the box. The guy got on the scooter and deftly started it. Looking at his boss, he said that he would soon be back with pizza, and they would play a game of Sudoku as usual. Maximus nodded his head, agreeing with him. Riding a scooter was the one thing that always gave Tyler special pleasure. He showed off his skills and drove away, honking his horn at his boss as he said goodbye. Maximus never lit a cigarette. He was very worried about the guy. Tyler pulled out of the alley and slowed down to avoid attracting attention. He was planning a purchase with the money he had received from shipping the goods. The first thing that came to his mind was a doll, which he had long promised to buy for his sister. He had almost arrived at his destination when suddenly the headlights of a patrol police car flashed before his eyes. The guy knew that Maximus couldn't help him if the cops caught him. The patrol cop said it was a cursory check and ordered him to stop. Tyler slowed down and started to stop, but at the last moment, he twisted the gas and made a sharp turn around the cop who had kicked him away. A few seconds later, he heard a police siren wailing behind him. The guy tried to squeeze everything out of his two-wheeled friend, but the scooter was not powerful enough to escape from the car. A voice on the loudspeaker ordered him to stop, or they would open fire on him. He circled the narrow streets, but the cops kept up. Then Tyler, using the maneuverability of the scooter, chose the right moment and abruptly hid in a narrow alley. In the middle of the road lay a banana that had been hit by the front wheel. The slippery fruit spun under the tire, and the guy was thrown to the side. He fell onto the asphalt. Bells were ringing in his head. Everything was blurry before his eyes. He listened to see if the haystacks had heard him. The street was quiet. The guy remembered the package and looked around. The box was lying upside down on the ground. All its contents had spilled out. If he had damaged the package, he would have to pay the full cost of the goods. Tyler looked around and found two unusual eggs. They had funny swirling patterns on them. They were rune beast eggs. He carefully picked them up and put them back in the box. Monsters appeared in his imagination, and he winced in fear. The box had 3 compartments, so one egg was missing. Tyler couldn't even imagine how much rune beast eggs were worth. If he lost it, he'd never be able to pay it off for the rest of his life. The 3rd egg was lying nearby in a trash can. The guy immediately felt relieved. Now he wouldn't have to pay compensation, and he would be able to deliver the package. He walked over and picked it up. Some sticky liquid leaked out from inside. The egg was broken. There was a scraping sound behind him, and the guy turned around abruptly. He saw the bone spider. This is a rune beast that has an amazingly hard shell that cannot be penetrated even by large-caliber bullets. The only thing this creature fears is fire. The monster opened its mouth, and a purple substance began to form on its tongue. Tyler realized that the spider wanted to use its web and jumped. Half a second later, a stream of webbing flew under him. The spider missed, and the guy, taking out a knife, decided to hit him in the runestone that was on his head. This impulsive idea was unsuccessful. The rune on the monster's head was protected by super strong armor. The only thing Tyler had achieved was a damaged hand. A more reliable and effective plan had formed in his mind. He would have to move his legs really fast to get away from here. Being Bone Spider's dinner was not part of his plans today. The monster was too slow to catch up with Tyler and decided to block the passage so that he could not escape. The guy found himself in a trap with no way out. He began to remember everything he was taught at school, but there was no suitable idea. The monster released a web that tightly bound the guy's leg. The spider was quickly pulling him towards itself, grinding its teeth quite contentedly. Tyler took out a knife and tried to cut the web with it, but nothing worked because it was too strong. The boy felt his body being wrapped in web. He looked at the spider and said, "I hope you choke when you eat me." A glass bottle shattered nearby, and Tyler's eyeballs began to move under his eyelids. The right hand shook, and the boy heard a familiar cybernetic voice in his head. "Do you want to synchronize with the global network of rune warriors?" Tyler opened his eyes and said he agreed to the synchronization. Something was baking in his head, and a menu appeared before his eyes. The guy couldn't believe his eyes. He was somehow connected to a strange global network of rune warriors. There was no time to think, so he used the available attribute points to increase his physical strength. In an instant, his body's muscles doubled in size, and the wounds on his body healed. He felt a surge of energy and began to perceive the surrounding reality more clearly. The web scattered in all directions. It seemed that his body became light and his mind clear. The mysterious network of the rune warriors transferred him to another level of human existence. Tyler realized that the accident that had happened to him had created increased electromagnetic activity in his brain. The lightning strike had turned his brain into a receiver of high-frequency vibrations. He heard the monster gnash its teeth. Bone spiders are afraid of fire. The boy looked towards the scooter. He ran up to him and knocked him over on his side with a kick. The guy unscrewed the cap on the gas tank and, going up to the wall, pressed himself against it, frozen, motionless. A few seconds later, a spider appeared. It tried to see the guy but couldn't see him in the dark. These creatures have poor eyesight, and Tyler decided to take advantage of that. The young man threw a stone into a puddle of gasoline. The spider gnashed its teeth and jumped towards the sound. It slammed its paws on the asphalt, causing debris to fly around. Tyler lit a gasoline lighter and said goodbye to the monster. He threw it into the puddle that had spread next to the scooter. The spider was engulfed in flames. It began waving its paws and squealing like a rat. The boy smelled the burning flesh and grimaced in disgust. The monster died, and Tyler felt his own body begin to tremble. Some symbols appeared in his head, one after another, the meaning of which he did not know. A moment later, the Global Rune Warrior System announced the results. Tyler Brightheart, your rune energy has been raised to 56%. This is your maximum level. You cannot become a rune warrior. The spider shuddered. and an azure rune fell out of it. This valuable mineral could change his life dramatically, but the result of the system was final. What should he do with it now? His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of a police siren on the next street. He grabbed the rune and ran to his scooter. He was lucky that his two-wheeled friend was not engulfed in flames. The guy slowly rolled along the streets of his city, constantly looking around. As he walked up the stairs of his house, heavy thoughts were spinning in his head. What would Maximus say when he found out that Tyler had not only failed to deliver the goods, but had damaged them? Approaching the entrance to his apartment, he stopped and listened. Suddenly, they were already looking for him, and there was an ambush at home. The room was quiet. He carefully turned the door handle and quietly entered. His sister Sophia was waiting for him at home. The girl was sick. Her lower limbs were paralyzed. In early childhood, she had suffered a spinal injury and was now confined to a wheelchair. The girl noticed that her brother's clothes were dirty and asked what had happened to him. He told her that on the way home, he had fallen into an open manhole and laughed loudly. As he passed by his sister, she noticed that it wasn't just dirt, it was blood. She frowned and asked why there was blood on his clothes. Her brother chuckled and replied that it was just paint. She was always imagining all sorts of stupid things. Taking off his windbreaker, he looked at his body in surprise. In a state of effect, the guy did not pay attention to his muscles, and now, in good lighting, it was clearly visible that he had become much stronger than he had been before. His little sister noticed this too. She laughingly said that girls would faint at the sight of his muscles. He probably plans to get a girlfriend and has started working out hard at the gym. Tyler was vulnerable to such comments. He picked up his sister's favorite romance novel and told her that such literature was harmful to her and that she should throw away these stupid books. She pouted and breathed noisily through her nose. Books are the only consolation for a sick girl. The boy knew how to fix a bad joke. He took a soft toy out of his drawer and showed it to his sister. Sophia immediately smiled and began asking her brother to give it to her. The girl took the dragon in her hands and hugged it tenderly. This toy will be a comfort to her when she is home alone. Sophia was smart. She had a suspicion that her brother was hiding something from her. She looked at him and asked if he was okay. Maybe something bad had happened and he didn't want to tell her about it. Meanwhile, bandits came to Maximus. The owner of the Rune Beast eggs is unhappy that his package was not delivered. His explanations did not satisfy the mercenaries, and they reported this to Maximus. He tried to justify Tyler. This guy may be young, but he is one of his best couriers, and that is why Maximus gave him this job. Vitos approached him. This man was the leader of a criminal group, a completely heartless egoist with delusions of grandeur. He lit a cigarette and inhaled the bitter smoke, and asked Maximus what address his reliable courier lived at. How to find him? The man justified Tyler and asked him to solve the problem himself. The guy had never let him down with some kind of mistake. Vitos didn't like this answer. After several blows to the face, Maximus gave in. He asked not to be hit. He would tell everything. The man, with a trembling voice, told everything he knew about Tyler. A schoolboy dreaming of becoming a rune warrior, Vitos ordered his minions to visit the boy and take the Rune Beast eggs. He told them to take care of him if he lost or damaged the goods. No one should know the specific order of the Minister of Culture. Tyler didn't know what was waiting for him yet. He usually woke up in the morning, had breakfast, and got ready to go to school. His sister stopped him at the door. She wanted to tell him something, but he interrupted her with the words, "Don't open the door to anyone. When I get back, I'll make sweet pancakes." The weather was fine outside. The old men went out for a walk to warm their bones. When they saw the boy, they greeted him and wished him success in his studies. He was troubled by thoughts of the previous night. How would Maximum react to the fact that he had damaged the goods? How much was the Rune Beast egg worth? Would he simply be fired from his job, or would something worse await him? Someone was watching the guy. He was breathing heavily and whispering something under his breath. This person was excited about something. The boy heard footsteps behind him. A few seconds later, a hand fell on his shoulder. Tyler reacted instantly. He grabbed the stranger by the hand and turned around. It was Farrell. The guy really needed to pee and hid in an alley to relieve himself. Tyler twisted his wrist, causing him to groan. His friend began to apologize for scaring him, but Tyler didn't listen to him. He walked away from him without looking back. Farrell caught up with the young man and told him a funny story to make up for his guilt. While he was looking for a place to go to the toilet, his bladder almost burst. Farrell suddenly stopped talking and whispered worriedly that they might be in trouble now. Tyler frowned and asked who these men were. His friend said that they were bandits. The giant was called Puzan, and the small one was called Flying Dragon. They were members of an illegal fighting club. They were very dangerous people, and it was better not to mess with them. A huge and impudent man pestered the girl. He imposed himself, called her to go with him, and roughly pressed her, trying to force her to accept his indecent proposal. The thugs were harassing their friend Jessica. Farrell suggested calling for help and pointed in the direction of the police department. Tyler picked up a brick. He didn't want to wait for the cops to come to their aid. If you want to win, attack first. The guy hit Puzan right in the head with a brick. The bandit stepped back from the unexpected attack. The girl reflexively said his name and froze as if enchanted, looking at Tyler. One of them grinned and said that they had been looking for him for a long time. The guy accidentally met the apostates who came to resolve the issue of the rune beast eggs. The flying dragon stepped forward and swung to hit the boy. The guy jumped to the side and delivered a powerful blow with a brick to the bandit's face. The husband groaned and stepped back. Puzan turned to the girl and grabbed her hand. He decided to take their friend hostage. For this, the fat lout got a kick in the face. Rebecca was a skilled hand-to-hand fighter. It's dangerous to pick on a girl who can stand up for herself. You can inadvertently become her victim. Puzan put his hand to his face and staggered away from Jessica. If Tyler does not want to leave with them of his own free will, the bandits are forced to use force. The guy came up and hit the giant in the stomach. Puzan grinned and said that the games were over. Now the guy would pay for attacking them from under the sly. A man appeared behind the bandits. He hit them on their blunt heads with a fighting staff. Their self-confidence hurt them again. They turned around and began cursing angrily. It was John Soule, Jessica's father. He was passing by and noticed that his daughter was in danger. The husband asked the bandits if they wanted to test their fighting skills. The mercenaries didn't even want to talk to the rune warrior. They turned around and started running. The flying dragon shouted that this wouldn't be the end of it. They would be back. The father looked at the teenagers and asked what the mercenaries wanted from them. The girl said that they were indecently pestering her. If it weren't for Tyler, she would have been in trouble. He looked at the mercenaries and said that these were not ordinary hooligans, but hired killers. If the teenagers met them again, they should run away and not fight them. Jessica's father turned around and walked away. Puzan looked with fear. No one was watching them. He took out his phone and called his boss. The bandit told him in a trembling voice what had happened to them. When he finished his story, he asked what the next instructions would be. The boss began to rage and accuse his apostates of negligence. He told them in an abusive manner that they were not qualified workers and would be punished for their stupidity. After a few seconds, Vitos grinned and ordered to find the boy's sister. The bell rang. All the teenagers crawled like ants into the classrooms. The professor was dissatisfied with the written test. He asked if anyone knew what properties energy runes had. Of all those present, only Tyler knew the answer. He raised his hand, and the professor gave him the floor. Red runes produce weapons. They have a special engraving indicating what type of weapon they can be turned into. Azure-colored runes are skill runes. These minerals can awaken special skills and some upgrades to the human body. As for green runes, these are stones of protection. They improve armor and can create a protective field around its owner. Behind him sat the guy who always made fun of everyone. He said that knowledge does not give the energy of the runes. Everything will be decided by the ritual of awakening the energy. This guy's name is Fuful. His parents are famous rune masters and hold high positions in government, which is why this guy is so brazen. Jessica approached the impudent guy. She hadn't even had time to say anything when the guy started threatening her. His mom and dad would come to stand up for him and she would have problems. The girl told him to disappear, or she would damage her manicure on his stupid face. Fufil stood up and walked towards the exit of the auditorium. When he reached the door, he turned around and, shaking his fist, said that they would pay for their disdainful behavior. The friends decided to practice a little in virtual capsules. Farrell asked Jessica to be the referee in his fight with Tyler. He has a stomachache today and doesn't want to participate in virtual fights. A moment later, a ball flew past his head. The guy jumped up in fright from surprise. The girl took out her battle staff and inserted a rune into it. She accepted Tyler's challenge. A shot rang out. Jessica reacted instantly and jumped to the side. The main thing for a sniper is to remain unnoticed. The girl easily calculated the bullet's trajectory. The guy's ambush was exposed. She ran around him from behind and with one blow of her staff cut down the tree on which her friend was hiding. A few seconds later, a bullet hit her. Jessica was wrong. The sniper was in another tree. Farrell was delighted with his friend's cleverness. The floppy ball is a rare skill among snipers. Tyler had been training it in secret, and now he decided to show it off to his friends. Jessica returned to the virtual arena. She was unhappy with the outcome of the fight and demanded a rematch. Tyler laughingly told his friend that she would definitely be lucky next time. Her image began to flicker, and her voice sounded intermittent. All the girl's words sounded distorted, as if she had become some kind of cyborg. The guy realized that these were system lags of the virtual simulation capsule. He decided to leave the virtual reality and check what had happened. The capsule door opened and the guy breathed in fresh air. He slowly began to come to his senses. When Tyler woke up, he heard the sound of water. Fufil poured water on Jessica's capsule and laughed contentedly. The heartless guy decided to kill the girl, taking advantage of her helpless state. Tyler pushed him away and forced the capsule door open. An electric current passed through the girl, causing her body to shake. The young man pulled her out of the dangerous capsule. She was unconscious. After the electric shock, Jessica's teeth were grinding and her facial muscles were trembling. Fufil wasn't very smart. He only wanted to make a joke and didn't expect to create a deadly situation for the girl. Tyler was furious. This damn idol had almost killed his close friend. He rose from his knees and said that he was going to beat Fufil with his bare hands like a stray dog. He walked up and punched him in the face. The stupid coward fell down and started threatening Tyler. He tried to scream as loudly as possible so that everyone around him could hear him. The central computer signaled a system failure, and a professor and a doctor ran into the virtual simulation capsules. The teacher ordered Tyler to stop. Fufil's friends didn't waste any time and grabbed their leader by the arms. The guy was cursing and threatening Tyler. He was missing several teeth and hissing funny. The doctor examined the electrocuted girl and said that she would be fine. He advised that the mechanics set up an emergency shutdown system for the virtual simulation capsules before any of the students died. Farrell told the teacher about Fufil's stupid prank. If not for Tyler's quick reaction, the girl would have died. That stupid joker must be expelled from school. The professor praised the young man for his quick reaction in a dangerous situation. He said that it was people like him who became powerful rune warriors. The guys were very worried about their friend. They decided to help carry her to the ambulance. The engine started, and the car drove towards the hospital. Farrell said that now he will have problems. Fufil will not rest until he takes revenge. He is a nobody, but his parents are very influential people. Tyler said he had 2 friends who would help him. Farrell asked what he meant. The guy raised his hand and clenched his fist tightly. They found the guy's apartment. Fuzan was breathing loudly, and his partner asked him to hold his breath. Nothing could be heard over his snoring. The room was quiet. Perhaps there was an ambush and reinforcements needed to be called. Vitos missed, but made it clear that they could cope without reinforcements. Someone rang the doorbell. Sophia wasn't expecting guests, and her brother had the keys to the apartment. The girl looked through the peephole and asked who was there. The men said they had come to check the water meter readings. Sophia replied that the water meter was outside. The flying dragon asked his partner not to interfere. Puzin always says some nonsense. He should keep quiet. It makes him look smarter. The bandit asked the girl in a gentle voice to open the door and that they had some candy for her. Vitos got tired of watching his apostates fail, and he settled the matter with one kick of his foot. He slowly approached Sophia and squatted down opposite her. The husband asked the girl if she knew who he was. She did not answer him. The bandit took out a knife and began swinging it from side to side. The bastard looked at the toy and then stuck a knife into it. He said his name was Vitos, and he needed to talk to her brother about something. A shadow appeared behind him. It was Tyler. The guy called him who he really is. Vitos said that maybe the guy was right. He really was trash, but the issue was something else entirely. Where were the rune beast's eggs? The husband demonstratively waved his knife. The guy pointed to the door to the next room. What they are looking for is in there. The mercenaries kicked down the door and entered the room. On the table lay the box that Tyler had never delivered to its destination. Vitos was brought a chest of eggs, but one was missing. He asked where the other egg was. The young man said that a bone spider hatched from one of the eggs. This monster almost killed him, and that is why he was unable to deliver the package. A knife appeared at Sophia's face. Vitos said that he felt an unpleasant smell. This smell cannot be confused with anything in his face. The man grimaced and gave the order to his minions to kill the guy. A fat guy rushed at Tyler. He tried to hit him, but the guy seemed to see all his steps forward. The young man dodged every attack. If you want to do something good, do it yourself. Vitos took out the red rune. He decided it was time to use it. The assassin created an energy blaster from a red rune. He pointed it at the boy's face and asked how long it would take them to solve the issue of the cursed eggs. Sophia heard something crunching. She looked back and saw that one of the eggs was moving. The shell on it had cracked, and some sticky liquid was leaking out from inside it. The girl tried to warn them of danger. The man was upset. He pointed a blaster at her and told her to shut her mouth, or he would kill them all. They heard something hissing behind them. A huge snake had hatched from an egg. It was wagging its tail and looking from side to side, as if looking for a target to attack. Vitos cursed foully. The monster looked at him. It opened its mouth and hissed. Suddenly, the snake jumped, attacking the bandit. At the last moment, the man managed to jump away, and the monster missed. The monster was hungry. The snake looked around the room and stopped its gaze on the sick girl. The creature chose a weaker victim. The monster stopped hissing and looked at the girl, fascinated. The snake shook its head and bowed. Sophia nodded in response. Something strange was happening between the girl and the snake. It was as if they felt each other. Some strange connection appeared between them. An energetic connection. The monster began to form plasma in its mouth. Vitos smiled and took one step forward. The floor creaked, and the snake shuddered from the vibrations he heard. A second later, she turned around and aimed the plasma at Vitos. He crouched down, and an energy beam flew over his head. The girl was tense. Her hand was shaking. She told Tyler that she didn't feel well, that she was dizzy. The boy looked at his younger sister. Sophia's eyes closed, and then her hand dropped. The girl lost consciousness. Vitos was alive. He changed his image a little. An energy beam burned his hair, and the man looked like an old grandfather. He ran his hand over the top of his head. His eyes grew wide. The man pointed the blaster at the snake and began to shoot. One of the balls hit the monster in the rune on its head. The snake began to wriggle and wiggle its tail. After a while, it fell and did not move anymore. John Soul stood in front of Tyler's apartment. He had a worried expression on his face. The gunman glanced in his direction and put his gun away. One of the main rules of the Rune Warrior is to never retreat in battle. Dying on the battlefield is a great honor for the Rune Lords. The mercenary knew this well, and therefore did not want to have problems with the powerful fighter. Vitos said that they came to help the boy. The young man has a sick younger sister, and they want to help the children financially. The fat partner said that he has no money. Puzan received a brief recommendation from his boss. After that, the fat bandit took money out of his pocket and gave it to the guy. They had nothing more to discuss, and the mercenaries went to the exit of the apartment. Vitos was the last one. He turned around and said that he would come back to help the poor children. John noticed that Tyler's sister was unconscious. He asked what happened to her. He looked worried, but said that she was fine. An unconscious sister, a rune snake corpse, and a house full of assassins. It didn't exactly look like they were doing well. John's expression became worried. The boy was embarrassed. He realized that it was time to tell the truth. Now his sister was in danger, and he needed help. The boy told everything that had happened to him and showed him the egg of the rune beast. The man frowned and said that the boy would be expelled from school for fighting, and for these eggs, he might even be sent to prison. The situation Tyler found himself in worried the rune warrior. The man began to think about something intensely. The guy asked what he should do. Maybe he should turn himself into the police? The police won't help. These eggs belong to a powerful politician, the Minister of Culture. John said he would take this egg so that Tyler would not have problems. A bored life turned into a night terror. The boy finally realized what a dangerous game he had gotten himself into. He asked John what he should do now. His gaze was cold. He told the boy to stop smuggling and just go to school. If he wanted, he could go to a fight club to improve his fighting skills. The next day, the young man did not go to school. He decided to visit the fight club. When he walked into the room, everyone turned their attention to him. Tyler didn't want to train. He was interested in the level of skills he had. The fight club had a device that measured the force of a blow. Tyler steeled himself to strike. The Rune Warrior global system had given him extra strength, and he wondered how strong he had become. A Rune Warrior. Sometimes a person loses heart and does impulsive things that have negative consequences. John began to worry about the guy. He knew his hot temper well. On the way to school, he heard a voice in his head. A cybernetic voice telling him that he had the opportunity to complete a task and level up. Tyler didn't care. The boy knocked on the door and then entered the principal's office. The victim, his parents, the professor, and the principal were gathered in the room. The professor moved his mustache. It was obvious that he was nervous. He asked Tyler to sit down. He had serious complaints about him. The young man said that he was in a hurry for classes and had no time to talk. The principal sighed. He was a well-mannered and kind man, but the circumstances that had arisen were disappointing. His words made the boy shudder. Tyler was expelled from the school, and he was not allowed to participate in the ritual of awakening the energy of the runes. Tyler felt a searing rage. His eyes dropped. He said that Fufil was a scumbag. He tried to kill his girlfriend. It wasn't fair, and it wasn't safe. Next time, Fufil would kill someone. The principal didn't like what Tyler said. He sternly ordered the boy to behave himself. No matter what his classmate did, no one was allowed to hit in school. The boy had nothing to say. He clenched his fists to contain his emotions. The voice of the instigator of the fight was heard behind him. He said that Tyler should be put in jail. He was dangerous. Tyler turned and walked out of the office. He didn't want to say anything. He had a sick sister who needed care. It was better not to argue with rich and powerful people. Fufil was delighted. He liked the helpless state of his opponent. He said that there was one less dangerous person. It was scary to even imagine what this bandit was capable of if he received the energy of the runes. Sometimes you have to get on your knees to get back up. Sometimes you have to lose a battle to win a war. Tyler looked at his spoiled son and said nothing. The boy walked out of school and headed towards the fight club. He really wanted to take out his anger on a punching bag. It wasn't fair, he thought. He heard a familiar voice behind him. His friends were running after him. They ran out of school to talk to Tyler. Tyler said he was fine and had nothing to worry about. Jessica was outraged by this. There was nothing good about it, she said. The girl knew who could help him. He tried to say something to her, but she grabbed his hand and pulled him in the direction of the fight club. There was no time to talk. He needed to act quickly before it was too late. The friends came to John's soul. His answer was short. It was impossible to return Tyler to school. In a few days, there will be a ritual to awaken the energy of the runes. Farrell said that Tyler was suspended from classes, and now he will not be able to open his energy abilities. Perhaps there is another way to solve this problem. John said that not all students will successfully pass the sacred initiation. Most of them are not able to gain energy skills. Tyler has a low level of rune energy. He cannot become a rune warrior anyway. This was bad news. Why hadn't anyone told him this before? He asked if there was another way to gain energy skills. The man said nothing. His eyes were sad. He went into his office. In front of the entrance, he stopped and waved his hand for them to follow him. John sat down at the table. He took a sip of tea and closed his eyes contentedly. It seemed the man did not want to tell the way to obtain the energy of the runes. He looked at Tyler and said that there is a way, but it is very dangerous. There are chemicals that, like a crystal, release the energy of the runes. If his energy is not enough, he will turn into a mentally retarded monster. But if the spiritual world of the young man is powerful enough to withstand the influence of the chemical drug, then he will receive energy that exceeds his innate potential. He agreed. Becoming a rune warrior was something he had dreamed of his entire life. The boy asked where the chemical compound was. John gave him the Rune Warrior's manual. The drug is located in the Rune Beast's territory. To find it, you have to leave the city. Jessica refused to let him do it. It was too dangerous. The guy would just die before he even reached his destination. John was well aware of the boy's feelings. If the boy did not become a rune warrior, he would definitely get involved with bad company and lead to bad consequences. The man said that Tyler had no other choice. Tyler decided to take risks to achieve his dream. He said that he is ready to face any challenges to achieve his goal. These were the words John wanted to hear. He hugged the boy and said that they had business at the entrance to the city. His old friend would arrive after the mission. This man was a great warrior, and he would help the young man. Farrell asked what great warrior they were talking about. The girl felt a wave of ants pass through her body. She said only one word: predator. They came to the entrance of the city. Tyler was worried. He was very curious about what John's friend looked like. He asked if the warrior they were waiting for would arrive soon. A few seconds later, the siren blared. All the service personnel began to fuss. It seemed that monsters were attacking the city. John saw that the guy was nervous and told him that everything was fine. Those they were waiting for had arrived. The city gates opened. On a huge platform lay a monster. It was the Marble Bull. This creature is one of the most dangerous rune beasts. The boy felt his lips dry with excitement. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful beast. In the books, they write that this monster has impulsive behavior. It can attack even without having a reason to do so. The ambulance doctors were carrying the wounded man on a stretcher. One of them ordered the passage to be cleared. Tyler's mouth dropped open in amazement. The warrior's arm was torn off. The man was quietly moaning and saying some incomprehensible things. He was dreaming. John smiled when he saw the surprised expression on the boy's face. His husband had told him that this happened often. Many warriors died from their own recklessness. One must always be on guard. Finally, a flying ship on a magnetic cushion arrived. John ordered the boy to behave decently and not to react to any ridicule from his friends. The ship's door opened, and a man stepped out onto the platform. He had no special qualities, an ordinary man. But his eyes. There was something in his eyes, something mysterious. John said he needed to talk to him about something. The predator raised his hand so John wouldn't disturb him. After that, he started giving orders to his team. The Blood Wolves leader turned to John and asked what he wanted to talk to him about. He didn't have much time, and if it was something trivial, they would talk about it later. John introduced Tyler to the team and said that this young man was a new member of their team. This guy needs to be delivered to the Death Warrior's dungeon. The archer named Mavpun smiled and said that this piece of meat would be to the Rune Beast's taste. All the team members laughed loudly. Mavpun was the comedian of the team. The predator didn't react to his protégé's mockery. He looked at the boy. Why was John sending an inexperienced young man on a dangerous mission? The girl with red hair said that their friend lost his arm only because he was distracted for a second. Their job is very dangerous. This is not some stupid children's game. The girl's name was Red. Her real name is Alice. John realized he had to explain why he was sending the boy on a dangerous mission. He asked the predator to speak to him privately, without his command. He told him that his daughter was almost killed by the minister's son. The guy saved her, and now John is in his debt. He needs to help the young man, otherwise a hard fate awaits him. The predator refused him. Then John reminded him of his old debt. Once upon a time, they fought side by side, and John saved his life. It was time to repay the debt. Nick did not want to accept an inexperienced warrior into his team, but there was no way out. He had to repay his debt to his friend. He asked when he left the city walls. The young man began to shift from one foot to the other. The man realized that the boy had no experience at all. He looked at his friend and said that if the boy got into any dangerous situation, he would not save him. John said it was only fair. No one wanted to lose their team's warriors for some small thing. For a moment, Tyler had doubts. The predator was displeased. He said Tyler had 3 days to pack his things. He should only take the bare necessities and preferably come without his mother. Rune warriors never had dramatic farewells. A smile appeared on the boy's face. He understood his hint. 3 days passed. A crowd gathered at the initiation crystal. The day of the awakening of the runic energy had arrived. Farrell was the first to be called. The boy was nervous and did not want to approach the crystal. Someone behind him said that he was a coward. The young man clenched his fists and began to slowly approach. When he approached, the crystal began to sound. Everyone gathered began to whisper. The guy extended his hand and felt an energy wave pass through his body. His initiation was successful. Next was Jessica. Although the girl had a high level of runic energy, she was still worried. Approaching the crystal, she touched it, but nothing happened. Despair appeared on the girl's face. Suddenly, the crystal began to shine. The girl's hand seemed to be stuck to the energy mineral. She tried to take her hand away, but the crystal did not let go. This frightened everyone present. A very rare phenomenon. The crystal was in resonance with the girl's energy. The energy mineral exploded with bright light. The girl levitated in the air. She was chosen. Her rune energy was at its maximum level. Among those present was one who did not like Jessica's strength. Fufil looked at her from under his forehead and whispered something. He really wanted her to fail. Fufil was next. He confidently approached the crystal. When he extended his hand to him, the crystal went out. The energy mineral seemed to switch off and gave the guy an unkind sign. Fufil stood motionless. He was afraid to touch it. His parents were famous rune masters. If the boy can't open his rune energy, it's a disaster. Everyone will laugh at their family, and he will never be able to find a decent job. Fufil touched the crystal, but nothing happened. He began to move his hand over the relic in fear, slapping it with his palm, but all in vain. He had failed the initiation ritual. Now he will never be able to take a prestigious position and will be an ordinary worker. His life is ruined. The guy has no future. His father asked to undergo the initiation again, but he was refused. There is no point in this. The crystal's decision is final. Moreover, if you try to undergo the initiation one more time, the crystal may explode. Farrell began to mock the stupid guy. He danced and laughed with emotions that overwhelmed him. When a person does bad things, he loses his energy. Fufil lost a lot of energy, and the crystal punished him. He was a great disappointment to his father. He had nothing to say in his defense. The boy looked down and said that he would leave the city so as not to disgrace his parents. The father replied that there was no need for that. Fufil looked at him. The husband was calm, but this calmness frightened the boy more than his rage. The predator was nervous, his fingers moving chaotically. Tyler's voice sounded. The guy arrived last, 3 minutes before the flight on a combat mission. He greeted the team warmly, but no one appreciated it. Everyone was unhappy that the young man arrived almost right before takeoff. The team left the city. Nick enjoyed the view. The wind tickled his face pleasantly. The man was a connoisseur of travel. He was happy to fly towards adventures. Some will say that the wild is dangerous. The wild is a merciless killer that does not forgive mistakes. Maybe. But we need to remember that we are all children of this killer. On the ship were students undergoing a practical training course. The guy's name was Bobby. He was a talkative and self-confident young man who had the opportunity to gain invaluable experience thanks to the fact that his father was a professor of runic sciences. Bobby had a crush on Tanya and was constantly trying to get her attention. The girl had the highest GPA in their school. She was an A student, a very lonely A student. The students were studying the behavior of the red-tailed gull. The boy noticed the bird and said that it was a very peaceful creature. He really hoped that he would have the opportunity to see this bird up close. Sometimes our wishes come true. Our words are energy. You have to be careful what you wish for. The bird felt the force of the accelerated lead. The bullets forced him to retreat, and he flew away. There will be problems with this schoolboy, thought Alice. The girl had a hot temper and was forbidden to communicate with children and women. She could easily cut them with her sharp words. Bobby tried to attract attention by his discouraged state. He really wanted someone to calm him down, but no one paid attention to him. Realizing that no one cared about him, he approached Professor Xiao, who was leading the expedition to study the red-tailed gull. The professor said that the bird's behavior had become aggressive. Strahopud approached Tanya. He declared that he would protect the girl from the bird's attack. 5 years of training in a fight club had made him a real killer. Sometimes Bobby couldn't control the flow of his lies. The professor, hearing the guy's words, said that their main task is not to exterminate the bird population, but to study their behavior. The birds have become aggressive because they are now in mating season. Tyler was interested in ornithology. He said that this bird is easy to catch with a lighted glass ball. These creatures are attracted to bright lights and often die from electric shock. Professor Xiao was impressed by the boy's knowledge. He said that Tyler would be useful in their research. The idle talk made Red nervous. She told them to shut up because their scientific debates were giving her a headache. If they encountered a bird in an emergency, it would kill them and not ask what they knew about it. "We will arrive at our destination in 3 hours," the predator's voice came over the onboard loudspeaker. All team members should be ready to disembark. The guy tried to start a conversation with Alice. He asked if it was difficult to fly this ship. He always wanted to try himself as a pilot. Red told him to get lost before she bit his ear off. Upon arrival at the destination, the team set up the campsite. Tents were set up, fires were lit, and surveillance cameras were fixed in the necessary places. The only one who didn't do anything was Bobby. The guy told Tyler in a commanding manner to set up his tent. Alice came up to him. The girl threw him a bag with a tent and said that everyone in their team sets up tents themselves. If he doesn't want to freeze at night, he has to take care of himself. 20 minutes passed. The guy tried all the methods he knew, but the damned structure did not want to stand as it should. He nervously threw down the tent parts and asked what they would eat. Bobby didn't like the answer. Everyone cooks their own dinner. Warriors are obliged to protect the members of the research expedition, and not to care about their comfort. A boar squealed behind him. The boy was startled and covered his face with his hand. Nick had shot the forest animal. Fresh meat would be good food. Red threw the knife into Tyler's hands. The boy looked at it with a surprised look. She pointed at the boar, then ran her finger under her chin. The boy should cut the animal into pieces of meat. After dinner, the team settled down to rest. Bobby didn't want to pitch a tent. Sleeping in the open air was more beneficial. That was his excuse. Nick, as usual, was admiring the beauty of the world around him. Philosophical thoughts were something of a hobby for him. He called Tyler. He had some questions. The boy approached the leader who was sitting in the tree. Nick asked if the boy could climb up to him. A moment later, the guy found himself in a tree. Nick lit a cigarette and blew out a cloud of smoke. He looked at the guy and asked what was more valuable to him, the money he earned or the fame he received. Tyler had a hard time choosing just one. He thought for a long time and then said that he wanted to gain the respect of society. Money and fame would find him when the time came. The man started laughing. He said it was the best answer he had ever heard in his life. Most people choose one thing, but the guy decided to take them all. The predator decided to tell the boy an instructive fable. He had 3 friends. One of them chose fame, the second chose money, and the third warrior killed them both and said that she tried to save them, but did not have time, and they died. No one knew the truth, and so the girl got everything. The most important thing in life is the truth. Tyler listened to Nick's story and said that he doesn't trust anyone. Trust is for weak people. The predator kicked the guy in the chest. He fell to the ground, his heart beating fast, and there were white circles in his eyes, as if after a bright flash of light. The predator approached him. His hand fell on the hilt of his sword. The husband said that if it were not for trust, he would not be here. If he valued respect, he must first learn to respect other people. Everyone can talk. It's time to test the boy's fighting skills. Nick ordered him to follow him. He wants to test how capable the boy is in a fight. They found the night boar, the monster grunting and looking for prey to feed on. Tyler began to doubt his abilities. This beast is capable of tearing apart a healthy man, not to mention a teenager. The guy asked Nick if this monster is very strong. Nick pushed the guy towards the monster. "Ask him yourself," he said. The monster saw Tyler immediately. It opened its giant mouth and roared viciously. The guy felt his knees tremble, and his bladder became big and heavy. The boar started running towards him, grunting loudly. Having restrained his emotions, the guy took out a knife and waited for the monster to attack. The boar passed him like a truck. One of its clicks caught his jacket. A piece of fabric tore off the jacket. The guy's body was not damaged. The monster stopped and turned towards Tyler. The boar grunted and began to run towards the guy again, attacking him. Tyler jumped to the side and stabbed the monster hard in the back. The knife was stuck in the monster's body. The guy didn't let go of the knife handle, and the monster pulled him along. It seemed like Tyler was holding a boar on a leash. Nick gave the young intern a hint. He needed to hit the monster's weak spot. Tyler remembered cutting meat from a dead boar recently. Every part of the beast's body was nearly impenetrable, except for one, its neck. He saddled the boar and pulled the knife out of its back. The boy swung, took aim, and struck right at its neck. The beast roared and fell dead. A red rune fell out of the monster. The boy looked at it with curiosity. The predator said that he didn't need it now, but the time would come when he would be able to use it. They continued training. Nick increased the difficulty level. Now the guy had to overcome annual monsters. Blue viper counted. Thick-skinned basilisk completed successfully. The night passed unnoticed. The gentle rays of the morning sun began to slowly envelop the surrounding lands. The young trainee's latest victim was a green-heated bull boar. Tyler had hunted 5 rune beasts in the previous night. The predator was pleased with the result. The man threw him a bottle of water and said that he could go free for today. He needed a good night's sleep before his difficult and dangerous task. They headed toward the camp. Tyler was tired. His legs felt heavy, like someone had poured lead into his shoes. Tanya heard familiar male voices nearby. She turned in the direction from which the sound came. Nick was in a good mood. He let the guy rest a little. Red looked tired. She had been on guard all night. When the predator passed her, she asked him how the training had gone. The man looked at her half-turned and said that the guy had coped with all the tasks. The man had a great idea. The guy dealt well with the rune beasts, but now he needs to find out how he will deal with a smart enemy. He told Alice that she would train him personally tonight. If the boy could survive for 10 minutes, then he would be safe. The main thing was that she didn't kill him by accident. In the evening, Tyler approached the predator and asked if they would go hunting today. The guy wants to feel the adrenaline rush again. Nick said that Alice would be training today. In combat, it is important to choose the right location. Tactical actions are the basis of the art of combat. The girl is an excellent sniper. It will be useful for Tyler to learn how to choose a safe trajectory of movement. Alfred joined their conversation. He said that today, the boy would meet a red fox. She has a cute face and sharp teeth. The main thing is not to look at her, because she will bite him. The roasted wild turkey leg shattered in Alfred's hands. The predator laughed and said that Alice's sense of humor was her best character trait. Tyler was startled by the sound of a gunshot, and the guy began to look around. For a moment, he thought that someone was attacking their camp. Nick came up to him. He said that the training had already started. Alice was tired of waiting for it. The girl gracefully jumped from the tree and, without saying a word, went into the depths of the forest. Tyler ran after her. He started to say something about her great shot, but she cut him off abruptly, asking him if he had ever handled a rifle. The task is very simple, a game of hide and seek. The girl must find him within 10 minutes. 2 minutes passed. This attempt was better. Alice looked for him for 5 minutes. The third attempt will be the last. The countdown has started. The girl heard the grass rustle behind her. She stopped. It was a white rabbit. She thought it was very strange. Hares are not nocturnal creatures. Someone must have scared the animal. Alice looked around. There was absolute silence in the forest. She decided to walk around the area in a circle. Absolute silence and no one in sight. Alice climbed the tallest tree and surveyed the area from above. This also brought no results. She did not find Tyler. The girl thought that something had happened to him. Perhaps the guy was in trouble. The rifle had a thermal imaging scope mounted on it and began scanning the area for the boy. It didn't take long. It's impossible to hide your body heat without special clothing that hides infrared radiation. He's fine. The guy moved without making a sound. How did he do it? Tyler released the bunnies and then followed them. Alice thought they were animals and ignored the rustling. The girl called him. Tyler let go of the rabbits and walked up to her. The boy asked if he had done a good job. Alice smiled and said that his idea with the distraction was not bad, but it was not enough. Now she would use the thermal imager. He needed to think of something else. The wits test is passed. The next stage is physical endurance. Alice said she wants to know how fast he runs. The blood wolves discussed their plans. They needed to get Professor Xiao to a dangerous area. The red-tailed gulls nested near the electric eagles, which could be a problem. The sound of footsteps attracted the attention of the warriors. Swordsman George took hold of the hilt of his sword. The man was ready to attack. The trainee and his mentor returned from training. Tyler's face was pale. His eyes were half-lidded. It looked like he had run a marathon of hundreds of miles. Alfred's voice was alarmed. He asked what had happened to him. Had he and Alice been ambushed during the night? Tyler spoke slowly and slurred. He said something about speed, then stepped on his own foot and fell. George ran to him and squatted down. The boy fell asleep. The predator looked at Alice and asked what had happened to him. The girl said that the guy was ready to go down to the Death Warrior's dungeon. He needed to get some sleep and everything would be fine with him. Darkness covered the local lands. Night had come. The team members broke into small groups, discussing the events of the past day. Tanya heard the warriors talking about Tyler. Curiosity got the better of her. She listened to hear what exactly they were discussing. The professor asked her to give him a sensible guide to the rune beach. There was something unusual about this young man. He was special. Mavpun was a skilled pilot. He flew up to the guy like a biker who had spent half his life riding a motorcycle. The husband pointed to the seat and told the guy not to linger. They had no time for touching goodbyes. Tyler skillfully jumped on board the ship. Mavpun, without asking unnecessary questions, turned the ship around and flew away into the darkness of the night. Every person has doubts. The predator asked Alice if he had a chance to survive. The girl said that the guy was too impulsive. He would die. Bobby considered Tyler his competitor. He decided to give a flower to Tanya while Tyler was not in their camp. He ran to the camp. The professor was sitting by the fire. The girl was not next to him. The guy asked to Tanya. The professor was absorbed in reading. He told the boy that Tanya was in the tent. She was sleeping. Mavpun was in a good mood. He told the boy that today was a great day to die. If that happened, he would take his fancy jacket. An image of his sister appeared in Tyler's mind. He felt doubts intertwined with fear. Sometimes Mavpun's jokes were inappropriate. The man knew it well. He decided to calm the boy down and told him that every man should look death in the eye. Fear is a natural phenomenon. Tyler heard someone sneeze behind him. The guy looked around in surprise. The trunk lid opened and Tanya climbed out. The girl screamed loudly. She wanted to scare her friends and she succeeded. Mavpun shuddered in surprise, and the ship almost crashed into a rock. The guy didn't like her joke. He could accidentally hit him or even kill him. They were flying on a combat mission, and they were in no mood for jokes right now. Tanya pointedly focused the rune energy around her hand. She can stand up for herself. Girls are so stubborn. It's not for nothing that they say that women's logic doesn't exist. Tyler's gaze was cold. He didn't want to argue with her. If they went back to camp, the boy would lose his chance to become a rune warrior. Tanya asked him where they were flying to. The guy crossed his arms and looked down. He was offended by her. The girl heard the predator say something about the dungeon and the death warrior. She asked the guy who the death warrior was. The guy didn't answer her. The night was clear, thanks to the light of the mysterious satellite of the Earth. The wind tickled their faces pleasantly and ruffled their hair. No one wanted to talk. Each of them imagined their own adventure and its ending. Except for Mavpun, he really liked Tyler's jacket. The travelers arrived at their destination. Warriors gathered at the entrance to the dungeon. They waited for the portal to awaken. Tyler was not the only one who wanted to awaken the rune energy with the help of the energy elixir. The guards were not welcoming. Many people fly into the dungeon without the necessary documents. The guy got his pass and gave it to the security guard. The man started laughing when he saw Tyler's rune energy reading. The guard's behavior outraged Tanya. She told him that her friend had high potential. He was a strong warrior and would easily defeat him in a fight. The guards were surprised by the girl's behavior. They froze, motionless. Different people came to the dungeon. Perhaps the girl's parents are influential people, and that is why she is so self-confident. He tossed Tyler a pass and said they weren't interested in fighting. Their job was checking IDs, not killing weaklings. A man who tries to raise an idol turns into one himself. They walked to the entrance of the cave, not paying attention to the provocative behavior of the guards. There was an energy shield at the entrance to the dungeon. Only those people who have not awakened the rune energy can enter. Rune masters and rune warriors cannot pass through this shield. Tyler heard someone say his name behind him. It was Fufil. There were men standing next to him who looked like a gang of robbers. They were mercenaries. A caste of warriors with no moral values. Killers who are only interested in money. Mavpun had a suggestion. He whispered that they still had some time to kick these losers' asses. Fufil realized that the situation was becoming dangerous for him. The guy decided to use his superweapon. The stupid idol showed his true colors. The boy asked Mavpun if he was ready for a fight. The man, without saying a word, pinched his arm. Fufil's father approached him. Every father will protect his children, even if his son is stupid and weak. He is a great pilot, but he is a bad warrior. Mavpun, as always, used his comedian charisma. A hoarse voice came from behind Tyler. In movies, it was the kind of voice often used to voice demonic creatures. The one and only Jinn, leader of the Black Ash Gang, a powerful warrior and a brilliant diplomat. Most cops and other law enforcement officials avoid him. He is a very dangerous person, with authority among all known criminal groups. Mavpun told them not to make any sudden movements and to behave politely. This man is very dangerous. Fuful started to mock Jin. The guy said that this impudent fellow should be punished. This Jin doesn't understand who he's dealing with. They need to kill him. Father shut Fufil's mouth. He puts their entire family in danger with his thoughtless behavior. Jin fired a few warning shots to let the guy know that no one was messing with him. He glanced at everyone present. Everyone fell silent and looked at him with fear. After that, Jin said that the rules of the mission were very simple. In the middle of the dungeon is a forest teeming with monsters. In its center is a palace. The palace of the Death Warrior. The main task is to get inside the palace and find the statue of the Death Warrior. At its feet is a chest. He needs this chest. Whoever brings it to him will receive the elixir as a reward. The girl took the small gadget. She decided to help Tyler. Tanya approached Tyler and handed him a red bracelet. This device has a protective cushion installed. If the guy finds himself in a dangerous situation, this bracelet will help him. Jin announced the beginning of the test. Adventurers wishing to challenge fate began to enter the cave one after another like ants. Before entering the portal, the boy turned around and looked at his friends. Tanya felt her own heartbeat. She was worried about him. The teleportation at the dungeon was like a simulation in a virtual reality capsule. Tyler instantly found himself in a dense forest. He heard someone calling for help. The guy climbed a tree to get a comfortable place to inspect the area. A young girl fell into a swamp. The mud slowly sucked her body in. The feeling of fear made her squeal. Tyler felt a lump in his throat. His lips were dry with fear. He didn't know what to do. Would that girl have saved him if he had fallen into the swamp? Another girl appeared out of nowhere. She responded to the warrior's scream and ran to help her. She leaned over and gave her hand to pull her out of the swamp. It was a trap. It had pulled her into the mud. The bandits set up a trap to kill a competitor. Most of the people who come for the energy elixir are murderers and thieves who were kicked out of school. The girl pulled out a gun and fired. After that, they searched the dead body and took away all the valuables. The boy flinched when he heard the sound of a shot. The branch he was sitting on shook, and the criminals noticed him. Tyler jumped out of the tree and started running away from them. Running in open terrain is dangerous. The guy jumped into the thick bushes. He disappeared from the mercenaries' sight. The leader of the criminals ordered to cordon off the territory. They need to catch the guy and take all his things. The girl walked slowly, examining the area. A rustling sound was heard behind her. She turned around and opened fire. It was a distraction. The night training with Alice taught Tyler tactical skills. He deceived the criminal. The guy took her hostage. One sharp move from her friends, and he would kill her. To scare the girl, Tyler pressed a knife to her throat. She began to beg for mercy. The bandits started laughing. They didn't care if Tyler killed her or left her alive. The leader pulled out his gun and shot her twice. The guy felt her body muscles relax, and she began to slowly fall. He remembered Sophia's face and mentally said goodbye to her. The leader chuckled and said that there were no rules in war. This stupid girl had been begging for a bullet for a long time, but they didn't kill her because she was a good decoy. The criminal ordered his partner to search the guy, but he stood motionless. He looked at his colleague, and Tyler, taking advantage of the moment, made a trip. Speed is the most important thing in a fight. The guy picked up the dead girl's gun and shot the bandit in the chest. The leader of the criminals pointed the gun at Tyler, but there was no one there. The guy jumped aside. Alice is a tough but good mentor. Training with her saved his life. "You're too slow." That was the last thing the criminal heard. The sound of the shot echoed through the forest. Fufil's parents hired guards for him so that he would not die during a dangerous mission. These warriors did not possess runic energy, but were skilled in combat. From the depths of the forest came screams. Someone was calling for help. Gerald gave the order not to stop. This forest is teeming with criminals who often set up ambushes to rob naive warriors. Fufil supported this opinion. He said that they should quickly take the chest and leave this hell. No one would pay them to save some idiot. A few seconds later, a man ran out in front of them. He was running away from someone. The husband saw them and stopped. He begged them to help him. He has a lot of money and is ready to pay generously for his salvation. Everyone froze motionless and looked at the poor man begging for help. Fufil cut the silence with his creaky voice. He told the man to go away and not bother them. The shadow wolf jumped out of the bushes. He grabbed the poor guy with his jaws and began to devour him alive. The crunch of bones intertwined with the voice of the victim screaming in the monster's mouth. Gerald watched calmly as the monster devoured its victim's body. He told Frank to deal with this monster. Frank had a speed attack technique. They didn't have time to play with a common forest dog. Bald Frank didn't keep us waiting long. He immediately ran towards the wolf. The man struck with lightning speed. It seemed as if he was in several places at once. Pieces of his body and fur flew around the wolf. A few seconds later, the monster fell dead. The boy was surprised by the speed of his bodyguard. His parents hired real professionals. These warriors know their business, although they did not finish school and did not go through the ceremony of awakening the runic energy. Fufil said they had an extra task. They needed to take care of Tyler. This place would be perfect for killing his nemesis. Gerald looked at the boy and winced. Like parents, like son. But it didn't matter. He promised to follow all his orders. The portal periodically experienced energy surges. Relatives and friends anxiously watched each surge. Tanya's eyes were focused on the bright glow. 3 hours had passed since Tyler had entered the portal. The girl was nervous. Mavpun put the cigarette in his mouth and said that there was a smell of pheromones in the air. The smell of love could not be confused with anything else. Tanya looked at him and said that she was worried about Tyler, and that was all. He turned toward the portal and grinned slyly. My husband said Tyler had powerful skills. He would be fine. The building appeared before him like a ghost. The guy was breathing heavily. He had arrived first because he had been jumping from tree to tree. Tyler heard the sound of a gunshot. He jumped aside. His quick reaction saved his life again. Gerald developed a sense of respect for the boy. If you want to defeat a strong enemy, you must respect him. Fufil raised his hand and said that Tyler was going to die. His men were going to kill him. He didn't have a chance. The hired killers pounced on him. Gerald launched a powerful blow, but missed. Tyler jumped aside in time. The warrior's attack shattered the earth with the force of the blow. One of them wanted to catch the guy off guard and struck with his sword. Tyler dodged, and the sword got stuck in the ground. The mercenaries were surprised by the boy's quick reaction. He dodged all attacks. Gerald said that this young man moved too fast. Rune warriors possessed such speed. Frightened Fufil started screaming for them to kill him. He pays them big money. If they fail, he will tell his parents everything. Suddenly, a giant frog appeared. This rune beast grabbed one of the mercenaries with its tongue. The husband began to scream and call for help. The frog pulled her husband into her mouth and ate him. Everyone watched in amazement as the monster savored his body with pleasure. A few seconds later, the monster burped, and a pungent smell was heard. The creature licked its lips and began to move its eyes from side to side. It was choosing a new victim. The mercenaries began to curse and shout at it. They felt sorry for their friend. Fufil realized that they were wasting time. He shouted for them to leave the fight with the frog and continue their mission. They needed to get the energy elixir, and they didn't have time for pointless fights. Gerald pulled a small bottle out of his pocket and threw it at Tyler. The bottle exploded in the guy's face. He was covered in some substance that smelled like unwashed socks. The guy covered himself with his hands so that the dust wouldn't get into his eyes. The frog began to twirl its tongue and purr like a dove. Tyler realized that he had been showered with pheromones, and now this creature would not leave him alone. She fell in love with the young man and considered him her sexual partner. The monster released its tongue to catch him, But the guy jumped in time, and the creature missed. He started shooting at her with the gun he had taken from the criminal. The bullets did not cause any harm to the rune monster. They bounced off her, and it seemed that the frog did not even feel them. The frog knocked the gun out of his hand with its tongue. It didn't want to kill him. It wanted to play with him. The monster fell in love with the guy and wanted to hug him. Tyler jumped up the tree. He knew the frog wouldn't leave him alone. The guy had to come up with some clever tactical move. A distraction is the best way to confuse your enemy. He threw his jacket. The creature raised its muzzle. Its weak point was open to attack. The knife that Alice gave him came in handy. The blade cut through the monster's soft belly like butter. The guy doesn't have much time. He needs to catch up with his competitors. Tyler picked up his jacket and walked to the entrance of the Death Warrior's sacred residence. A faceless statue appeared before them. The adventurers slowly approached it. A chest lay at the feet of the Death Warrior. They've come a long way. Now all they have to do is collect their reward. What could be easier? They heard a voice behind them. It ordered them to stop, or they would die. Fufil turned and looked in the direction of the sound. Blood rushed to his face, and the guy instantly started sweating. Tyler clenched his fists and repeated his warning louder. His heart was filled with rage and resentment. The boy had arrived at his destination first, so the chest belonged to him. Tukti acted confidently, because he had bodyguards behind him. He asked Tyler where his bride was. The frog suited him perfectly as a wife. The statue of the faceless Death Warrior began to crumble. Their voices awakened the sleeping monster, resting in the cool temple. The horned lizard crawled out of its hiding place. It hissed and shook the stump of its tail. The monster had recently escaped from someone and left part of its body as a gift. The bodyguards ran towards the creature to kill it. The first victim was Frank. The monster grabbed the bald man with its paw. When the lizard opened its mouth, Frank screamed in fear. The man felt his spine crack and the blood rush to his face. Death was looking him straight in the eyes. Gerald took out a grenade and threw it at the giant lizard's face. The flames from the explosion covered its scales. It let go of Frank, but the man was already dead. It had broken his spine. The beast began to roar like a bear. The explosion blinded it, and it began to shake its head. Gerald turned around and shouted that they had to run. They couldn't overcome this rune beast. They started running towards the temple exit. The lizard didn't want to let them go. It jumped on the bodyguards. Sometimes, when a person accidentally steps on a bug, you can hear its body crunching. That was the sound. 2 of Fufil's defenders were killed with one blow. The boys started running away from the monster. Fufil was screaming like a girl. Tyler told him to calm down because he was teasing the monster. Fufil didn't hear him over his scream and ran after Tyler, closing his eyes in fear. The creature has blocked the passage to the exit of the temple. The only chance to escape is to climb a high pile of stones. The boy heard Fufil screaming. He was begging Tyler to help him. He couldn't climb the pile of rocks. The guy tore off his nails, scraping the stone block. Tyler grabbed him by the shirt and pulled him towards him. The monster slowly approached them. They climbed onto a boulder. The horned lizard approached them and prepared to jump. The creature jumped and opened its mouth. Tyler threw 3 grenades at it, and it swallowed them like pills. The boys waited in fear for the result. This might not be enough for such a great rune beast. There was an explosion in the middle of the lizard. It began to shudder and scratch the stones with its claws. From its mouth came the smell of burnt meat, similar to fried chicken. The monster stopped moving, and its eyes closed. Suddenly the lizard burped, and smoke came out of its mouth. A rune fell out of the monster. Tyler took it for himself. They didn't want to pass near the creature. Perhaps this monster was still alive and would attack them. The guy went to the other side of the cliff. He was looking for another way to get down. Fufil called out to him, and Tyler turned around. A moment later, he felt the ground slipping away from under his feet. This treacherous young man had decided to kill Tyler and take the energy potion. The boy heard his killer laugh. He paid for his carelessness with his life. The young man remembered his friend's gift to Tanya. He pressed the button on the bracelet. An airbag opened under him. He fell on it without damaging his body. The girl saved his life. Life is an amazing thing. Sometimes random events change everything. There was a rifle lying at the crash site. Tyler picked it up and looked at his enemy. Fufil felt the bullet pass through his body. "You have crossed the final line." Tyler's voice rang out. Fufil fell off the cliff. Tyler walked up to him. The boy had conflicting feelings. He killed an unarmed weakling. Could such an act be done by a real hero? Meanwhile, Tyler's friends were waiting for him at the entrance to the dungeon. The Black Ash gang members were drinking and swearing loudly. More than 6 hours had passed since the guy entered the portal. Everyone was tensely waiting for their relatives and friends. Fufil's parents were whispering among themselves. The husband was trying to calm his wife down. A pink glow appeared in the portal. This indicates that it is active. Someone is leaving the dungeon. Tyler dragged the chest containing the energy potion behind him and scanned the crowd, searching for his friends. Mavpun greeted him jokingly. He said that Tyler's jacket was not damaged and that this was the best result that could be. Fufil's mother grabbed Tyler by the collar. She asked where her son was. The woman repeated this question several times, tugging at his jacket. The father held the sword to the boy's face and said that his son had bodyguards with him. They were professionals and honorable warriors. The man accused Tyler of cheating. Jin intervened in their conversation. He ordered them to let go of the winner. There are no rules in the dungeon. If their son died, it was their fault. They sent him there. No one made them do it. Every great leader has principles that make him an example for his followers. That's what Jin was. The man spent his entire life engaged in criminal activity, but he never broke his promises or blamed anyone for his mistakes. Jin is an example of how black can be white. They had nothing to say to the criminal. Cry. What could be worse than losing your own son? Jin tossed the bottle of energy potion into Tyler's hands. Tyler felt the blood rush to his face. If the bottle fell and broke, all his efforts would have been in vain. He told Jin to be more careful. The bottle almost broke. The bandit winked at him and drove away. Tyler heard Jin's demonic voice. He said that they would meet again a little later. Tyler felt a liking for the criminal. This man has a unique charisma that attracts others. He is a strong leader. The guy turned to Tanya and told her that the bracelet she gave him saved his life. The girl asked him to tell her everything that happened in the dungeon. Mavpun did not abandon his comic image. He said in a squeaky voice that the ship was leaving in 2 minutes. Passengers should take their seats. The friends went home. It's time to try the miraculous elixir. Mavpun told the guy not to hesitate and drink the energy liquid. There are many who want to attack them and take this elixir. The boy took the bottle and shook it. The liquid in the middle began to shine. He drank the energy elixir. He felt a sharp pain in his stomach. The elixir seemed to dissolve his body like acid. Tanya asked how he felt, but the guy did not answer her. She began to worry about him. Electrical impulses coursed through his body. His body temperature rose. Every cell in Tyler's body was consumed by hellfire. 2 missiles flew past them. The explosions created holes in the air and the ship shook. Father Fufil was consumed by rage. The man could not forgive the murder of his son and decided to take revenge on Tyler. Missiles flew one after another in the direction of Mavpun's ship. Mavpun told his friends that they would not be able to escape their pursuers. They had to try to attack the enemy ship. Tanya took the helm of the ship. Mavpun ordered her to maneuver so that their attackers could not hit them. A moving target is harder to hit. They will have a better chance of surviving. The husband gritted his teeth and began shooting at the attackers. He almost fell out of the ship several times. Tanya flew in zigzags, and the ship was constantly shaking and tossed in different directions. The bullets bounced off the protective energy shield around the ship and did no harm. Father Fufila smiled contentedly. He said that they had no chance. Mavpun decided to change tactics. He threw 2 plasma grenades. A powerful explosion blinded the attackers with a bright light. White circles appeared in their eyes, and they could not see anything. The man turned on the autopilot to avoid a plane crash. Loud explosions attracted the rune beast's attention. The red-tailed gull began to attack Mavpun. The man deftly dodged the bird's claws. The seagull looked at the ship's turbine. The bird flew up to the turbine and tore off a piece of the ship. A red flashing message appeared on the navigation monitor. The rune beast had damaged the engine. They needed to land immediately. The ship tilted to the left side, and they began to slowly descend. There were trees in their path. The ship broke branches as it fell into the depths of the forest. Fufil's parents regained their sight. They saw that the enemy ship had fallen in the forest. The father said that now they had nowhere to run, and they would be caught. Luckily, they didn't crash to their deaths. Mavpun asked Tanya de Tyler. The girl couldn't hear anything. There was a buzzing in her ears because she hit her head when she fell. The pursuers caught up with them. Father Fufila took out his sword and told them to say goodbye to their lives. He is a great master of runes and will kill them. Tanya is a master of runes. She formed 2 swords from her runes and took a fighting stance. This gesture demonstrated her intentions. The girl was not going to give up. She was ready to fight. Fufil's mother took out a spear and said that they were not interested in the girl. But if she interfered with them, then they had no other choice. They would kill her along with the boy. The woman attacked Tanya. Her spear hit the ground and pink sparks flew around. She missed. Tanya jumped up in time to avoid the attack. Mavpun took out a machine gun and started shooting at Fufil's father. He was screaming like crazy. Close combat is not his style. He prefers rifles and pistols. The bullets did not harm the man. He chuckled and said that in this reality, money is everything. High-level runestone armor is expensive, but it is worth it. The woman used runic energy to create armor on her body. She was tired of playing with Tyler's overconfident friends. Mavpun had no choice and started to run away. Fufil's mother started to chase him. She loudly ordered him to stop, but he did not follow her order. Meanwhile, Fufil's father attacked Tanya. He swung his sword and dealt a powerful blow. The girl repelled his attack. She is a skilled swordsman. There will be no mercy for him. Tanya focused all her runic energy and ran towards him to deliver the fatal blow. The treacherous man threw a grenade into her face. The explosion threw the girl's body back several meters. He took a gun out of his secret pocket and pointed the barrel of his weapon in his direction. His voice was cold. He said that no one would stop him. He would avenge his son's death at any cost. There was a gunshot sound. Tanya felt a strong pain in her shoulders. The sword fell out of her hand and she took a few steps back. The monkey was trapped. The woman caught up with him. He heard the sound of a shot and turned around. The husband realized that his friend Tanya was about to die. A frantic scream escaped his throat. A mad smile appeared on Father Fufil's face. He licked his lips and said that it was not his fault. They made him do it. The pain in his hand made him let go of the gun. The armor, which was expensive, did not stop the ball. He looked in surprise at the blood oozing from the wound on his hand. The side effects of the energy elixir wore off, and the boy came to his senses. He inserted the rune into his rifle, and it became more powerful than it had been before. Tyler became a master of runes. The man didn't want to give up. He said the new guy was no match for him. If Tyler didn't drop his rifle, he'd crush him like a cockroach. The guy fired another shot. He shot through the other arm of the abusive attacker. The man had been shot in both arms. He can't continue the fight. The man wanted to avenge his son. Every parent understands what feelings made him behave like that. Tyler decided to end this once and for all. Things had gone too far, and he had to destroy his enemy before he was killed. The man began to run away from the battlefield. He cannot resist his son's killers. Tyler held his breath and fired one shot. The rifle's tip hit him in the shoulder, and he blew the air out of his lungs. The man took a few steps and fell to the ground. He was dead. The bullet had hit him right in the heart. An expression of disgust appeared on Mavpun's face. The experienced warrior knew that Fufil's father would haunt the boy all his life until he killed him. Tyler felt guilty about what he had done. He told the woman that he had no choice. He was only trying to protect his friends. She looked up at him and said he was a serial killer. He had killed her son and her husband. Demons were waiting for him in hell. The woman was filled with a burning rage. She rose from her knees and said that as long as she lived, she would try to take revenge on him. Now she had no one and nothing to lose. Mavpun loved proverbs. He told her that a loud barking dog seldom bites. She should hold off on her threats before they buried her in this wilderness with her husband. Suddenly, an arrow flew from the sky and pierced the ground. A grenade was attached to it. They heard the grenade's timer slowly counting down to the explosion. The blast wave threw them in different directions. A thin sound appeared in their ears. They were concussed by the explosion. Energy elixir is a substance that always attracts unwanted attention. They were robbers. They decided to take the bottle from Tyler. One of them told the guy not to be stupid and give them what they want. The warriors were surrounded on all sides. One extra move, and they could die. The ship has a navigation device installed on board that indicates its location. The Blood Wolves have recorded that Mavpun's ship has gone off course. The Rune warriors arrived in time to help their friends. They could have been dead in a matter of minutes. Alice smelled fear. She told the robbers that she was in a good mood today and that she was giving them one last chance to escape. If they refused, the Blood Wolves would introduce them to their weapons. The bandit leader was confident of his victory. The bandits were superior in numbers. The predator began to whistle a funeral march. The robber turned and looked at him. The predator told him that the size of the dog did not matter. The main thing was its fighting spirit. After that, he rose to his feet and took out his katana. The blade of the sword appeared in front of the robber's face. There was a mystery in the predator's eyes. The criminals had doubts. Only a madman would engage in battle against an enemy that outnumbered him. The leader of the bandits looked at Tyler. The expression on his face gave the bandit the answer to his questions without words. They are ready to fight like the warriors of the Templar Order. They are ready to fight to the death. Tyler felt the wind pick up behind him. He turned around and saw military ships in the sky. It was a special forces unit. The bandits couldn't believe their eyes. What was the best special forces unit doing in this remote area? What were the aristocrats' bodyguards doing in this remote area? Tanya's bodyguards found her. Her dad started to worry about her. Tyler was delighted. The guy said that he couldn't even imagine that the predator had such friends. Alice was silent. She didn't understand what was happening and who they were. The criminals knew these soldiers well. They left the battlefield without a word. Fufil's mother also knew who this military unit served. She took the man's dead body and told Tyler that they would meet again, and he would regret what he had done. Alice turned her head and looked at Tyler and told him that these weren't the predator's friends. These were the military guys who had come for his girlfriend. Professor Xiao sent an urgent message to Father Tanya. The scientist's life was hanging by a thread. If anything happened to her, the professor would be buried alive. Tanya was unhappy. Her father's excessive attention always let her down. She said that they would have defeated those criminals without the help of the military. Tyler was surprised by the girl's behavior. She could have called for help at any moment, but she didn't. Tanya has a brave heart and the character of a real warrior. The unit leader flew in for the girl. His name was Rock. He was a distinguished Rune warrior who had received all the military awards in his life. He was a man who skillfully wielded weapons and had a sharp mind. He approached Tanya and asked her why she hadn't called him for help. The girl didn't want to talk to him. This warrior always made her feel uneasy. Rock is a great psychologist and a polite person. He decided not to disturb his boss's daughter. The professor was responsible for the girl's safety. He asked him why he was endangering Albert Stein's daughter. The professor was silent. He realized that his career was over. Booby tried to protect his teacher. He said that it was not his fault. Tanya left the camp without Professor Xiao's permission. The girl confirmed Bobby's words. She said that it was indeed her personal decision. She is a master of runes and can stand up for herself. Rock asked who Tanya had left the camp with. Everyone was silent, but Bobby secretly pointed his finger at Tyler. The commander approached Tyler. He was polite and reserved. Such behavior is typical of reasonable and self-confident people. The guy said he was Tanya's friend. They met during a research mission. When he said the word friend, his voice trembled. Rock grabbed him by the shirt and told him that Mrs. Stein didn't need friends who put themselves in danger. He wasn't allowed to go near her. Tanya told the bodyguard to let Tyler go, or she would complain to her father. No one was to blame for her actions. It was her personal idea. Rock let him go immediately. The man was calm and reserved. He told Tyler that every person should be in his place in life. Tanya accidentally ended up in his company, and it will not happen again. Rock looked at the girl and said that he would not tell her father the real reason she left the camp. Professor Stein would not like it, and the boy would get into trouble. Rock would tell her father that she accidentally got lost in the forest. The girl lowered her eyes and said that she wanted to go home. Immediately. The commander bowed and said that the Mrs. Wish was his command. He would be happy to fulfill her wishes. Tyler watched her go. He could hear his own heart beating. Tanya was special. He wanted her to turn around and look at him. He wanted to see her eyes. Tyler heard Alice's voice. She said that Tyler had chosen a great girlfriend. Tanya was beautiful and rich, a combination that was hard to find. Mavpun stuck to his comedian persona. He said that if Tyler fought with her, he would take her for himself. He always liked girls with a combative nature. Their mission to study the red-tailed gulls was not over yet. They had to continue their research. Professor Xiao's hands were shaking. The girl's impulsive actions could lead to tragic consequences. Tyler devoted all his free time to training. He honed his tactical skills and improved his rifle shooting skills. He had learned to wield a sword well, and killing rune beasts was no longer as difficult as it had been before. He was now confident and had a cool-headed approach to combat. The Predator often praised him, which indicated that Tyler was indeed a capable student and had an extraordinary talent in combat skills. He had a lot of conversations with Professor Xiao. The professor is a very smart man and noticed Tyler's high level of intelligence. They often talked about their research methods and discussed scientific discoveries in the field of rune beast anatomy. Time passed unnoticed by the guy, and a few days later they returned home. Tyler became a member of the Blood Wolves. The Predator personally invited him to join them. Sometimes he jokingly called the guy Predator Jr. This nickname was more than any praise for Tyler. 3 days have passed. Stein Estate. Tanya was taking a shower after training. Drops of water caressed her body, flowing down her soft skin. The girl couldn't find a place for herself from the moment she arrived home. She spent her whole life in a closed space. Tanya looked at the birds and envied them. They were free and could fly far, far away. They could find a place where no one would find them and do what they wanted. The girl thought about Tyler. The thoughts about the guy were both pleasant and scary. He caused her strange emotions that she did not understand. Someone knocked on the door, and the memories of past adventures dissipated like smoke in the wind. The butler's voice sounded behind the door. The girl walked up to the door and opened it. Gregory greeted her politely and handed her a letter from Creighton University. The letter stated that she had been invited to study without entrance exams. The butler congratulated her on her admission to the elite institution. She was irritated by her father's excessive care and aristocratic life in general. The girl threw the letter on the floor. Gregory was surprised by her action. He asked Tanya what it meant. She closed the door in his face and said that her answer didn't matter. Everyone had already decided for her. She was in a bad mood and wanted to be alone. The girl walked up to her bed and fell on it, spreading her arms out to the sides. She began to angrily beat her fists on the mattress. After a while, Tanya calmed down and froze. She remembered the birds. They are free. They can fly far, far away, where no one will find them. Sophia was delighted with her brother's adventures. She asked him to tell her again about how he defeated the giant lizard. Tyler was tired of repeating the same story. He told her that she already knew all the details and he had nothing to add. He looked at her with alarm and asked if anything strange had happened to her while he was gone. Sophia said that she was fine, except for one very strange feeling. After these words, she fell silent and lowered her eyes. She's always hungry. She's hungry even when she eats. Tyler started laughing. He was expecting a different answer. His sister has all the signs of autism. She is a genius. The girl can manipulate rune beasts. This rare gift can cause mental disorders. That's what worried him. The guy got a call from the predator. He had good news for the guy. Tyler got a fee for the rune beasts he killed. The mentor offered to buy him equipment. He began to doubt. He had a sick sister. The predator said that he would get a lot of money. It would be enough for everything he needed. Tyler agreed. The guy shared good news with his sister. He told her that they had a lot of money and they could go to an expensive restaurant. She would eat whatever she wanted until her little belly burst. Sophia did not deceive her brother. She really turned into a little glutton. The girl tried almost all the dishes that were on the menu, but it was still not enough for her. Tyler asked his friends what their plans for the future were. Now that they were rune masters, they needed to choose a profession. Farrell said that he wants to go to the University of Natural Sciences. He is interested in the anatomy, physiology, and behavior of rune beasts. The guy is interested in scientific work and dreams of becoming a professor in the future. Jessica dreams of pursuing a military career like her father. She plans to enroll in a military school and become the best cadet in history. This suits her because she has a warrior personality. Sophia asked her brother which university he would study at. No one wanted to answer her question. Farrell tried to change the subject, but Sophia interrupted him and asked the same question again. Tyler said that he had been expelled from school and now he could not go to university. The bad news disappointed the girl. The boy was expelled from school because he hit Fufil. This act changed his life, and now he is forced to choose a different path. Jessica understood that she could have died, but the feeling of guilt did not leave her. Tyler said he had an idea. There was one way to get into college even if he was kicked out of school. One day, he was walking the streets of the city with Uncle John. He told him about the trials on the Island of Wonders. The investors of this trial are the 10 best universities. The main task of the participants is to survive for 3 days. You need to kill other participants and earn points for this. The fighters who have scored the most points will be invited to training. Tyler finished his story and drank some lemon juice. Sophia tried to refuse her brother from this dangerous mission. She told him that education is not the most important thing in life, and there is no need to risk his life for this stupid task. Jessica was furious. She bent the spoon in several places. The girl said that if she saw Fufil, she would knock out all his crooked teeth. She didn't care what happened to her after that. Tyler said that this scoundrel will be punished by life, and there is no need to provoke powerful people again. This will end badly. His impulsive act was a mistake. They must learn from their mistakes. His sister hugged him and said she was worried about him. Tyler was confident that he would do well. He assured Sophia that everything would be fine. Jessica always appreciated her friend's courage. She raised her glass of lemon juice and said that Tyler was a great warrior, and in some ways, she even envied him. After dinner, the friends said goodbye and went home. The guy was in a great mood. His friends supported his idea, and now everything depended only on him. They walked through the dark streets of the city. Tyler talked about his new friends and the Blood Wolves team. He started talking about Tanya, and then fell silent. The boy leaned over and whispered to his sister that he had a bad feeling. Someone was following them, and he needed to find out who it was. He hid Sophia around the corner and peered out cautiously. Vitos really wants revenge on the guy. His mad dogs were watching Tyler. Puzan said they had to be close. They couldn't have disappeared into thin air. Tyler stamped his foot to get their attention. The guy doesn't want to attack them from behind. He's a rune master now, and he's not afraid of anything. He hit the fat man hard in the stomach. Puzan felt a sharp pain in his stomach. After that, blood appeared in his mouth. He had the nickname Flying Dragon because he could deliver powerful blows while flying. The criminal decided to take Tyler by surprise. Tyler dodged the attack and countered with a punch to the man's neck, a maneuver that looked like a breakdancing trick. The attackers felt the guy's skill on their bodies. They rubbed the damaged areas and muttered swear words in displeasure. Vitos gave the order to kill the guy. Puzan took out his rune weapon and said that no one would play with Tyler anymore. The fury of his battle club awaited him. The guy had a great answer to the fat man's words. The barrel of his rifle appeared before the dumb bandit's eyes. Tyler winked at him and grinned. The attackers accepted defeat and fled the battlefield. They became surprisingly polite. Their aggression disappeared like morning dew after sunrise. Sophia showed off her acting skills. She smiled and showed how her brother punched the cocky thugs. The girl said that Tyler had become very strong and skillful. Modest behavior is an adornment to a person. The guy behaved modestly because he was confident in himself and did not need to praise himself. The criminals lost the fight, but now they know that Tyler is very strong. The element of surprise gave him an advantage in the fight. The guy should be careful, especially since he has a sick sister. Tyler came to Uncle John's fight club. His physical preparation surprised the athletes. The guy was hitting with great force. The upholstery of the punching bags was cracking. Sand was spilling out onto the floor. Uncle John called him. Tyler had broken almost all the sports equipment with his strong punches. The boy began to worry that John would make him pay for all the damaged punching bags. He began to justify himself. It happened by accident. His blow increased in strength, and he miscalculated the force. Tyler came up with reasons that could somehow influence John. The husband smiled and pointed to the exit of the fight club. Tyler had a visitor, his new friend. Nick was looking at the clouds in the sky and trying to discern some symbols in them. He heard a familiar voice and looked in the direction of the sound. The predator asked the guy if the fight club had any strong punching bags. The husband constantly rips them with his punches. Last time, John was very upset after the leader of the Blood Wolves tore 2 punching bags with 1 punch. Tyler said there were 3 less punching bags today. Uncle John needs to invest more money in sports equipment. Nick laughed and said that with friends like them, he would go broke. The predator crossed his arms and said that he had a surprise for him. Today is a sale at the Rune Supermarket. Tyler needs to buy a green rune. The new skill will make the boy stronger. Tyler's brain immediately released a large amount of endorphin. The feeling of happiness gave him incredible strength. He grabbed his mentor and ran towards the supermarket. The shopping mall was in the center of the city. They entered the premises and headed to the Green Runes department. These are runes that create special skills. Tyler had never checked out this mall. He walked slowly, looking around. Nick turned around and said that they didn't have time to look at all the goods. The predator found a great shop. He was interested in the runes of protection. The saleswoman saw the customer and approached him. She greeted him politely to get his attention. Nick looked at her and said that he needed a rune of protection from love. He needed to protect himself from the charm of the salesman. This compliment instantly ignited the heart of the young girl. The predator noticed her interest. He closed the distance between them and said that he had a desire to spend a lot of money on a magical princess today. He asked the girl where the dragon was that was guarding her. The girl behaved professionally. She offered him to look at their best products for the best customers. To do this, he would have to go to another sales area. The saleswoman showed 3 green runes that are popular among snipers. She said that these are some of the best runes according to the Ministry of Runes statistics. The predator called the boy. Tyler was acting unsure and standing rooted to the spot. The boy should be more persistent. They were paying money, not begging. Tyler decided to buy the snake eye rune. He saw Alice using it and wanted one for a long time. Seeing through the walls of your enemies is a very useful skill. The seller announced the price, 200,000 coins. Tyler was shocked. It was very expensive. He could not afford such an expensive rune. Nick had a Visa card in his hands. He said he was counting on the salesperson's smile as an added bonus. The girl laughed reservedly. Tyler couldn't afford such an expensive item. The predator raised his powerful fist and said that this was an investment in the boy's combat development. The girl packed the rune in a neat box and brought it to give to Tyler. A smile shone on her face. She had sold an expensive item today and received many compliments. Mercantile creatures. Women. Nick invited the girl to visit a restaurant. There was a smile on his face. He was sure that she would not refuse him, but her answer dashed his hopes. He was a few minutes short of persuading the shop assistant to go on a date with him. The dragon that guarded the magical princess appeared. The shop owner said that they were not a marriage agency. She asked not to distract her employees. The predator did not stop and continued to flirt. He told the store owner that he accidentally confused their store with the Garden of Eden. Such a number of beauties per square meter is nothing less than paradise. She asked them to leave the store if they didn't want to buy anything. The owner of the store was Monica Princtus. She was a self-sufficient woman who ate people like the predator, just for fun. Nick hugged Tyler and said that he adored women like her. She would be his if he wanted her. He would only let her go today because they didn't have time for that. Monica Princtus is a succubus woman. She is spoken of in hushed tones because she is a key figure in the field of negotiations with criminals. The businesswoman achieved everything herself thanks to her beauty and sharp mind. Nick didn't take his eyes off her until she disappeared into the office, his mind filled with dirty images. A bandit came to Monica's office to negotiate transport routes. A cup of tea was not enough for him. He decided to grab some dessert. The criminal grabbed the girl by the waist and sat her on his lap. Monica was irritated by the immoral man's behavior. She slammed her fist on the table and said that in a civilized society, men do not behave like that. He let the girl go. Silence reigned in the office. The frightened girl quickly ran away from the impudent bandit. It was Jean. He raised his index finger and said that in medieval times, a woman had no right to refuse a man. Women do not have logical thinking, and there is no point in talking to them. There was hatred in her eyes. Monica had a feminist outlook on life. The woman said that they had more important things to do. She was not interested in his views on life and knowledge of historical data. It was illegal to act like a pig in her mall. A pig belonged in a pigsty, especially since his mask didn't even allow him to kiss her. Jin was silent. The Black Ash Gang has blocked the transport route near the city. Monica is losing funds and resources. She offers him a deal. Jin said he wasn't interested in money. The Black Ash Gang was a self-sufficient fighting unit. No one could dictate terms to them. The husband took a breath, then added, "If you want peace, prepare for war." Monica was used to negotiating with inadequate scumbags. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked him what he wanted. Her voice trembled on the last word. Monica did it on purpose, a very cunning woman. On the orders of the minister, Jin's sister was killed. He demanded the head of the minister to bring it to him on a plate. The man wants revenge, and that is why he blocked the transport route. She was silent. Jin got up from the couch and said that the conversation was over. There were no other options. The head of the minister or the transport route. She had to choose one. The bodyguard ordered Jin to stop. His boss had not finished speaking with him yet. The criminal decided to explain to the bodyguard who he was using an unconventional method. He broke his nose with one strong blow. She understood that this bandit had a kamikaze character. It was better not to occupy him. It was necessary to find Jin's weak spot and force him to change his mind without violence. Jin looked down at the bodyguards and winked at them. The man left Monica Princess's office without any hindrance. Jin headed for the exit of the shopping center. Monica watched him go. In her opinion, there was only one way out of this situation. Blackmail? A chance encounter with a young rune master gave Jin a friendly feeling. He hugged the boy and asked him what he was doing in this dump. The genie is a rude and antisocial person. He has no friends. What do he and the boy have in common? Monica was interested in their friendly relations. Tyler was surprised by the criminal's brazen behavior. He could be arrested and executed without a trial. This man is acting self-confident. Jin saw Tyler being surrounded by robbers in the forest to take away the energy elixir. It's a real miracle that the guy is still alive. He invited Tyler to join the Black Ash gang. Jin sensed the boy's high potential. The man values a high level of skills and never misses an opportunity to add powerful warriors to the gang. Tyler said he already had a team. If his plans changed, he would definitely contact Jean. The husband said goodbye to him and said that life is complicated. Jean was very similar to Tyler in his younger years, but life made him who he is now. The pins on her shoes made a subtle clicking sound with each step. Monica stopped and asked the guy why he was hanging out with a killer. What did they have in common? He turned around and asked her what she was talking about, her blue eyes scanning every inch of Tyler's face. Monica told him to follow her. She had a proposition for him. Tyler walked into her office. As if by magic, Monica's secretary appeared and poured him some tea. The businesswoman got straight to the point. She was interested in what the young man had in common with the criminal. The guy didn't know what to answer her. She's interested in money, not relationships. This woman has a cunning plan that could harm Jin. Tyler told her he didn't know who they were talking about. His memory didn't work well when he didn't have money. If she wanted to know anything, she'd have to share the Union coins. She was amazed at his intelligence. Money is a good incentive for anyone. Monica offered 1 million Union coins. The guy is not interested in just money. He wants financial security and financial support. Tyler wants to receive money in parts depending on his life circumstances. He recently became a rune master. The guy wants to develop and go to university. Chvar Island is his ticket to higher education. He has a younger sister who also needs care and financial support. If she helps him, he will talk to Jin. Monica said she was fine with his terms. She would take care of these issues from today. The businesswoman crossed her arms in front of her chest and asked Tyler if that was all he needed. He told her about the problems he had with Vitos and Fuful's mother. Now these two are hunting the boy, and he needs protection. Monica is a very influential businesswoman, and it is not difficult for her to solve this problem. She assured Tyler that these people will not bother him anymore. The woman threw a smartphone into his hands and said that she would fulfill the conditions after he came to an agreement with Jin. Everything depended on whether the bandit agreed to cooperate with Monica. The criminal picked up the phone and was silent. He heard someone breathing heavily and asked why Monica was calling him and what she wanted. He was not interested in money. The husband would cooperate with her after he saw the head of the minister on a plate. The guy said it wasn't Monica. It was his friend Tyler. Jean laughed and asked him why he was hanging out with that snake. Was that snake his boss? Jean advised him not to mess with it. Tyler walked away from Monica so she wouldn't hear his conversation with Jean. He said he needed a little help. If Jean cooperated with the snake, Tyler would negotiate to have the charges against him dropped for the crimes he had committed. For the criminal, their accusations do not matter. He agrees to help Tyler, but the boy must give his word to the rune master. He must promise that he will help Jin when he needs it. He said in a rough voice that Tyler would forever be in his debt. Forever. If he broke his word, the boy would be killed. Being in debt to a criminal is not a good idea. Tyler had his doubts. Jin waited for an answer, but the guy was silent. The husband said that he considered his silence as consent. You need to understand who you are dealing with. After these words, Jin hung up. Their conversation was not friendly, but the guy made a deal with the criminal. The genie will cooperate with her. Monica got what she wanted. She was in a great mood. All her gestures became light and graceful. A smile shone on her face. The woman asked Tyler what his future plans were. Things didn't go as he wanted. Being in debt to a criminal is very dangerous. The snake deceived him. He looked at her and said that he would be tested on the Island of Miracles. If Tyler dies, John will not want to cooperate with her. The cunning snake has a cunning idea. Vitos was very angry. He got a call from the ministry and was told that if he didn't stop pursuing Tyler Brightheart, he would be sanctioned. He would be sent to prison. Maria was calm. Her mind was busy with ideas about possible methods of influencing the minister. She said that they should stop for a while and do nothing. Tyler is a decent guy. He has influential friends and is successfully climbing the career ladder. The guy has a good heart and a clear mind. Vitos didn't understand that she was mumbling in her stupidity. Their enemy is a good guy? Has Maria gone crazy? They don't need to try to kill him. They need to change his reputation. If Tyler turns out to be dangerous, he'll be killed or arrested legally. Vitos smiled at the words legally. Alice was upset. She turned off the autopilot and decided to control the ship manually. Chvar Island was already close. Tyler was ready for the trials, but like every person in this world, he had a sense of anxiety before unknown adventures. He could meet powerful warriors who defeated him. The guy could lose everything he has. Alice told him that on the island everyone would be divided into teams. He needed to find good warriors for his team. The guy wouldn't be able to pass the test on his own. Tyler didn't answer her. He looked out the window and covered his mouth with his hand. The young man was excited. Alice turned on the autopilot and called Tyler to the bow of the ship. She told him about the old days, before the world was consumed by the rune beasts. His friend wanted to reassure him. There were many bad things in her life, but if they weren't there, she wouldn't feel the joy of good things. Everything that seems difficult or unfair to you is an illusion in your head. Alice smiled and winked at Tyler. The wind rose. The image of an island appeared over the horizon. Alice told him to get ready to land on the island. His time had come. Near the island was the Plaza Port. Adventurers who had come to test their fate were bustling around the territory of the giant flying port. Tyler's friend walked him to the checkpoint and wished him luck. She told him goodbye, that the most important thing is the team. Tyler nodded and said he understood. The Port Plaza area was filled with young people. Tyler was surprised by the number of people willing to take the test. He was not the only one who could not enter the university under the general conditions. The young man was given a badge of a participant in the test. If he gets into a dangerous situation, the protection system will be activated. After the protection system is activated, the participant will be disqualified. There was a buzz all around. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the chief examiner of the test. Tyler looked around. He was assessing his opponents. Lucas is a rune master of the highest rank, a recognized and responsible man. He is a good leader and a wise mentor who was elected by a collective decision of the ministers of education. Lucas's thoughts were interrupted by his deputy, Arnold. The deputy said that there were more clowns this year than last. Was it really a day off at the mental hospital and all the crazies had run away? Arnold is the polar opposite of Lucas. He is a rude, egotistical person who was removed from his position as chief examiner for causing grievous bodily harm to one of the test participants. The guy accidentally stepped on his foot, and Arnold broke his jaw with one blow. He suggested to Lucas to cancel the test due to the fact that there are so many people wanting to take it this year. Most of the participants don't even know how to use the runes correctly. Lucas said that gold is found in the dirt. Gold can be hidden from the examiner's eyes. Anyone who wants to will be allowed to participate. The chief examiner called his assistant and went to congratulate the competitors. Arnold was unhappy with Lucas's behavior. He had been in a leadership position for 10 years and was not used to following orders. Arnold's mustache moved, but his words were inaudible. He was cursing at the participants and the leaders of the test. In his opinion, these young people were just trash. Most of them, even after passing the test, would not be able to finish their education at the university. The young rune masters waited for the chief examiner to appear. The test would begin after his speech. The ship stopped, and everyone present held their breath. Lucas jumped off the side of the ship. His movements were graceful. Everything happened as if in slow motion. The spectacular appearance of the highest-ranking rune master was striking in its simplicity. He flew to his students like a wise raven. Society has turned its back on you. You are the ones who broke the rules and were expelled from schools. You are the outcasts who were not given the opportunity to prove yourself. The Island of Wonders will show who you really are. Show your strength, and you will get a chance to become full members of society. Arnold interrupted the chief examiner's solemn speech. Everyone gathered looked at him in surprise. You are trash. You are dirt on my shoes. Most of you will die during the test, and those who survive its rigors will not be able to graduate from university. Don't waste our time and leave this port while you still have legs. These words outraged the participants of the test. All those gathered began to express their dissatisfaction, but none of them dared to say it to Arnold's face. He leaned over and asked condescendingly if anyone had a question. A man can happily justify all his words. There was dead silence all around. Lucas thanked his deputy for his excellent speech and asked him not to disturb him. When Lucas said the word deputy, he raised the timbre of his voice to emphasize the word. The mentor said that each participant has a chance to change their life. Human existence is a struggle. The strongest will win. The test begins. Tyler appreciated the leadership qualities of the chief examiner. This man knows what he's talking about. The rules are very simple. All participants will be divided into teams of 5 people. Their task is to survive. To increase the chance of survival, participants must attack enemy teams. The fewer opponents, the greater the chance of victory. There is increased energy activity on the Sotra. It is dangerous to stay in one place. There is a high probability of being struck by lightning or dying from a squall wind. You should also remember about the rune beasts. These creatures do not know what mercy is. Points are awarded for eliminating opponents and killing rune beasts. The one who scores the most points will have the opportunity to enter the university. The entire process of passing the test will be recorded by video. Lucas formed energy wings and flew into the air. He bowed to the participants and wished them luck. The mentor flew aboard the ship. Each participant must create a team or be a member of someone else's team. Arnold pointed to the location of the registration of combat groups. Most of the participants did not have their own team. A queue formed at the registration point. Tyler heard a fat guy behind him bragging about his strength. He was asking a girl to join the team. She rudely refused him. The fat guy is strong and resilient, but very slow. Speed is the most important thing in a fight. The fat guy offered his services to Tyler. He acts very suspiciously. This guy doesn't care whose team he joins. The guy is ready to fight on anyone's side. The guy said that he seemed weak at first glance. In fact, he was a powerful warrior. He once killed a rune beast with his bare hands. He agreed to accept the fat young man into the team. The fat man was very happy. He grabbed his hand and squeezed it tightly. With tears in his eyes, he told Tyler that his name was Tommy, and he would be faithful to him until the end of his days. The battle group registrar asked the other members of their team. There should be 5 of them, not just 2. He started making fun of Tommy. The guy said that this fat guy would die before he reached the island. He needed 2 parachutes because one wouldn't support his weight. Tommy is absent-minded and has poor grammar skills. He is a bad writer. The receptionist constantly pointed out his mistakes and constantly nudged him, which made Tommy make even more mistakes. The registrar was outraged by Tommy's low level of knowledge. He hit him in the face with his palm. The fat youth began to form his rune energy. He had a desire to tear the impudent man in half. Although Tommy is not smart, he is really very strong. One blow, and he will break the provocateur's spine. Tyler stopped him. He told his partner that he didn't want to lose a strong warrior. You have to deal with impudent people differently. He has a plan to punish the registrar. The registrar lit a cigarette and began to mock the participants of the test. He said that they were cowards and weaklings. The island of strife would finish them all off. Tyler grabbed the barrel and put it on the combat unit recorder. You could hear him screaming furiously. The guy tried to take the barrel off, but he couldn't do it. All the warriors who had gathered started beating him. He screamed like a pig before death when it is being slaughtered. Lucas heard the noise and came to find out what was going on. The guy started complaining to him that he was being beaten. The mentor didn't pay attention to this. He realized that he had provoked these actions. The chief examiner said that the cameras had captured his behavior. He had provoked the attack, and for that, he would be punished. The boy was scared and began to justify himself. Lucas approached Tyler and said that he was a good warrior. The impudent should be punished. He praised the guy and said that victory awaits him. The main thing is not to stop. Tyler was surprised by the mentor's behavior. He watched him go without saying a word. This examiner is really very smart. His skills in understanding people are amazing in their insight. The incident with the recorder brought attention to Tyler. Many of the participants in the trial began asking to join his team. People always bow their heads before power and authority. Tommy was very pleased with the mood of the people around him. He said that they would form the strongest team and defeat everyone. The boy was in seventh heaven. Tyler said that it wouldn't be wise to pick just anyone to join their team. They needed to pick the right combat team members, someone with special skills. Tommy thought about it. He considered himself the brains of their team. It was kind of funny, considering he couldn't write. An illiterate brains is just brilliant. A guy was sitting not far from them and whistling some tune. They looked in his direction. The boys approached him and asked if he had a team. The weirdo paid no attention to them. He continued whistling a tune and waving his fingers in time. Tommy reached out to touch him. The guy looked up at him and said he would rip his fingers off if he didn't stop. A smile appeared on Tyler's face. He liked this weirdo. The guy asked what skills he had. He looked at them with distrust and said that his name was Sigmund. He was a mechanic. Sigmund was smart, but he couldn't fight. Tommy didn't like the idea. Many warriors wanted to join their team. They didn't want a mechanic because he didn't know how to use a weapon and wouldn't be of any use to the slaughter. Tyler insisted on taking Sigmund. Mechanics have a high level of intelligence and can create weapons on their own. New weapons or clever ideas would be useful to their team. He approached Sigmund and politely invited him to join their team. He looked at the piece of paper in surprise. No one asked the mechanic to join the team and accepted Tyler's offer. When he signed the document, he looked at his leader and said that he might regret taking him on his team. They shook hands to signify the agreement. Tyler really liked the mechanic's behavior and manners. He doesn't care what others think of him. Personal opinion is something that most people in the world lack. Tommy took the initiative and loudly announced that their team still had 2 empty seats. The guy acted like a salesman announcing a sale in his store. There were many who wanted to join. A large crowd of people gathered who wanted to join Tyler's team. Tommy's advertising procession created a stir among the warriors. Tyler looked at the warriors with concentration. He didn't want to take anyone into his team. They needed warriors with useful skills. A swordsman and a marksman joined their team. The young girl was named Lilu, and the swordsman was named Kyle. They showed no initiative and stood silently. Tyler appreciated their abstinence and offered to join his team. Each team member had their own special skills. This will increase their chances of surviving and scoring the most points. Their team consists of different people united by one goal. On the 117th floor, blows to a punching bag could be heard. Tanya was working out at the gym to keep herself in good physical shape. Today, her instructor tried to make her work out her buttocks. She found it vulgar and fired him from his job. The competition on the Island of Miracles is broadcast on many TV channels. This event is one of the most important because there is a shortage of good warriors in all the cities of the planet. She sat down on the couch. The local TV announcer was babbling about the latest events. One of the participants put a barrel on the combat unit registrar. The audience was divided into two groups. Some considered him an impudent person, while for other viewers, he was a hero. Tyler's image was frozen on the TV screen. He had formed a team, and a reporter approached him for an interview, but the guy refused to comment on his actions. The shuttle shook from the gusts of wind and constant turbulence. Chvar Island greeted them with its unpredictable weather conditions. One of the warriors looked at Tommy. He smiled condescendingly and said that the fat man should jump last. When Tommy gets nervous, sweat appears on his face and gets into his eyes, burning painfully like salt in a wound. He asked the boy why he had to jump last. The guy said that the parachute wouldn't support his weight and he would take out most of the contestants. He could be used as a bowling ball. If the fat guy is lucky, he would knock out a strike from the contestants. Sigmund stamped his foot to attract attention. He polished the bazooka and told the impudent fellow that their team had a magic wand that could shut up an idiot's head if they needed it. The provocateurs have lost their desire to mock Tommy. This crazy mechanic has taken the bazooka for a test drive. Better not provoke him, because they won't reach their destination. Tommy's warrior spirit was awakened. He said that he would not allow anyone to insult Sigmund. The boy would die defending him. This reality surprises us with its antagonism. Tommy is unable to defend himself, but is ready to die defending his colleague. The weather conditions worsened, and the shuttles could barely withstand the onslaught of gale force winds. Lilu, like any girl, felt anxious and afraid. She began to regret that she had agreed to this test. Her friend tried to calm her down. He said it was just a storm. They had been in more dangerous situations that had threatened their lives. It would all be over soon, and they would get an invitation to a prestigious university. Tyler was a great leader. One of the test subjects squeezed his fingers so hard that they turned white. The capillaries in his hands were crushed, and blood could not flow to his fingers. His terror left him numb. The parachute lock opened and people poured down like peas. Tommy started screaming like a girl. Tyler tugged at his arm, and Tommy felt his body become weightless, gravity increasing their speed of fall with every 9.8 meters. Kyle called his leader. He asked him where they needed to land. Tyler heard only the rustle of the wind in his ears. The words were incomprehensible. Tyler pointed his partner to a bridge in the middle of the island. The bridge was a strategic point that allowed them to control their opponent's movements around the area. Tyler flew through a cloud of feathers. Someone caught a red-tailed gull flying nearby. The irritated creature grabbed Lila. The bird tried to take her to her chicks so that they could eat her. The bird began to slow Lilu's fall. He pulled her up, but the girl's weight was too great, and the rune beast only tore her parachute. Tyler hit the seagull in the throat. The bird folded its wings and began to fall to the ground. Feathers from the slain rune beast flew around. Lilu felt her body begin to pick up speed again. Tyler saved her. She heard Kyle say something loudly to her. The girl turned around and saw that her parachute was torn. Tyler pressed his hands to his legs. He formed his body like a torpedo, and the aerodynamic force accelerated his flight. He was next to Lilu, but he still couldn't wrap his arms around her. He yanked the ring of his parachute and pulled Lila's hand. It created a pendulum-like effect. They spun in the air, and she hugged Tyler. The parachute didn't open all the way, but their lines caught on tree branches. The guy felt her heart beating. She was breathing heavily, and her body was shaking. The dangerous moment had passed for them, but the muscles were taut like a guitar string. They cut the ropes and jumped to the ground. There was silence. Lilu tried to contact the other team members, but there was no connection. The radio has a range of up to 500 meters. Tyler and Lilu need to find a bridge. Lucas was reviewing the first stage of the test. The attack of the red-tailed gull caught his attention. Footsteps were heard behind him. Mentor looked back. A recruiter from Creighton University came to see how the testing process was going. Azamat asked Lucas how many people died during the first stage of the test. Arnold, without waiting for the chief examiner's answer, told Azamat that everything was fine. The participants successfully landed on the island. Lucas didn't want to jump to conclusions. He turned away from the recruiter and continued watching the video feed of the challenge. A few seconds later, he said that 13 participants had failed to reach their destination. They were disqualified. Arnold said they were trash and not to be paid attention to. The recruiter of the prestigious Bringstone University noted that Azamat was not addressing him. Arnold's thought would be pleasant to listen to if asked. Lola has high authority among the recruits. Arnold closed his mouth and stood silently. They waited for Lucas to comment, but he remained silent. Lola asked the mentor in a gentle voice for his opinion on the participants in the trial. She asked him if there were any who had proven themselves to be good warriors. He said that they were all good warriors. Sometimes even the best rune masters make mistakes in battle. It was hard for him to determine the best after the first stage. Azamat was surprised by the chief examiner's comment. He asked him what his thoughts were regarding the guy who earned the first point in the landing process by killing the rune beast. Lola's fingers began to stick out on the keyboard of her laptop. She decided to check the information regarding the participant who earned the first point. Lucas said that this guy has a lot of potential, but he has a mechanic on his team. This is very surprising. Mechanics have no combat skills. Their team is built on 4 fighters and 1 intellectual. Now that's interesting. Azamat started spying on the statistics that Lola was doing. He asked her what she thought about it. The girl closed the laptop and asked not to spy on her statistics. Last year, he lured away 3 winners of the challenge. Lola foresaw their victory, and Azamat stole this information. Azamat disagreed with her. Her assumption was not factual data. Those guys could have lost. He was just lucky. One of the recruits said that Azamat is a thief. Now Lola won't be able to stand it and will slap him in the face. If she doesn't hit him, he will hit him in the face himself. Tyler and Lilu surveyed the area. The abandoned city was frightening with the deathly silence that stood around. The local animals had died, and now the city was in the hands of plants. Their branches entwined the buildings like the paws of a giant monster. Textbooks for educational literature were lying on the floor of the local school. The urgent evacuation forced students to leave their belongings. This created the effect of the presence of local residents. It seemed that people had hidden and were still in the city. They decided to climb onto the roof of the school to plan their route. As they climbed the stairs, they noticed something strange. 2 skeletons lay on the floor. How did these 2 people die? Why weren't their bodies eaten by the rune beasts? Were they killed by the locals? A person in a state of passion is capable of doing horrific things. The roof of the school had a good view of the area. They walked to the edge of the roof to plan their next steps. Lilu pointed towards the bridge. She said that their team members should be nearby. Tyler ordered her to crouch. He noticed the parachutes their opponents had left behind. There was an enemy team on school grounds. They had to be careful. They had to accept the fight. If their enemies were nearby, they could take up fighting positions and be shot by a sniper with Lilu. The water towers are the highest points of the building. The Tylers of Lil have taken up tactical positions. Now their enemies won't be able to pass unnoticed. They'll shoot them. Tyler heard the sound of breaking glass, but there was no one in sight. He used his rune skill, Snake Eye. The infrared rays emitted from their bodies revealed the location of their opponents. They were acting too self-confident. The guys were talking about their plans for the future, not suspecting that their location was recorded by snipers. Lilu was ordered to open fire. The girl's well-aimed shot caused the test participant's amulet to activate its defense. He failed the test. The system scored 1 battle point in Lilu's favor. Tyler's voice sounded. He said that he needs to change location because he doesn't see the enemy. The girl has to deal with another member of the enemy team on her own. He was ready for the sniper's attack. The guy formed an energy shield around himself from runic energy. The bullets bounced off him without causing him any harm. Lilu reported bad news to Tyler. Her balls couldn't penetrate the enemy's armor. Tyler fired a shot near the opponent to distract him. The enemy jumped aside, and his energy shield turned off. He turned the protection back on, but it was too late. Tyler got 1 point for killing his opponent. The guys were like worms floundering in the shell created by the participant's amulet. Lilu has been ordered to change locations. Their location has been compromised. The snipers must move to a new location to gain a better tactical position. Carrie suggested to the leader to retreat. They lost 2 team members. The situation is getting out of their control. They don't know who their enemies are or where they are. Simon ordered her to use the rune skill Snake Eyes. They need to find out who attacked them. The girl reported to the leader that there were 2 people on the roof. They were snipers. They were trying to hide. Their team members were probably killed and decided to retreat. Simon decided to attack the enemies. There are only 2 of them, and they are snipers. These impudent people took advantage of the element of surprise, and now they will pay for their thoughtless act. Tyler heard footsteps. Their enemies decided to attack them. So the enemy team has a sniper who saw them. He asked Lila about her rune skills. The girl had the runic ability, Cold Blood. She could become invisible to her enemies for a while. Tyler ordered her to hide and go around them from the other side. The warriors climbed onto the roof of the school. Simon was sure they were somewhere nearby. He ordered Carrie to scan the area. Carrie concentrated and opened her eyes. She saw 2 people hiding behind the air conditioner hood. The girl reported the location of their opponents. The swordsman ran towards the air conditioner. With 1 powerful blow of his sword, he cut the metal ventilation box in half. Tyler jumped out of hiding like a rabbit. He jumped the fence and ran away. Boris walked around the metal box. The guy reported to his leader that the second enemy had disappeared somewhere. Carrie felt something push against her head. She realized it was the barrel of a rifle. Lilu told her that it was survival of the fittest. She pulled the trigger of her weapon. The sound of the bed echoed across the deserted area. Simon ordered Boris to destroy the girl. Her weapon won't penetrate his armor. The tank needs to close the distance. She dropped to 1 knee and opened fire to kill. Boris stood in a defensive position, holding back the flow of balls. The tank's armor cannot be penetrated by regular balls. Tyler heard someone swearing loudly behind him. He turned and saw his enemy. The swordsman was catching up with him. He decided to jump to the other side of the roof. Tyler hoped that the swordsman would not have enough strength to catch up with him. It was a mistake. Simon is a clever warrior. He jumped after Tyler without thinking. There was a piece of metal pipe lying next to him. The guy picked it up and hit Simon with it to push him off the roof. This tactical move was successful. The swordsman lost his balance and fell from the roof. Simon saw Tyler wave goodbye to him. The girl tried to penetrate the armor, but the tank's protection was too strong. The bullets bounced off the shield in different directions without causing any harm. Boris began to close the distance between them to attack her in close combat. He gave a warlike cry and began to run towards her. Tank ran up to her and hit her head with his shield. Lilu felt a sharp pain in her temples. The stocky guy hit her hard. Lilu heard the tank call her a girl who sells her body for money. He said that for him, this fight is nothing special. It is very easy to defeat a girl. Tyler came to the aid of his team member just in time. He leapt up and punched Boris in the jaw in a Bruce Lee style. The tank had taken a huge hit. He couldn't get his bearings. Bells were ringing in his ears. Tyler gave the order to retreat, but the woman did not respond to his words. After Boris hit her with his shield, she received a brain shock. and did not understand what her leader was saying. He told her to hold on tightly to his shoulders. Lilu didn't understand what was happening, but she reflexively clasped her hands on her leader's back. Tyler ran to the edge of the roof and jumped to the other side. He didn't have enough strength to jump to the other side of the roof, and he and Lilu flew into the window on the floor below. Risking his life, he broke the glass with his head. They slid on the floor for several meters. Their landing was successful. The guy saved her life again. Tank isn't agile enough to jump long distances. He said they could hide, but he'd still find them and corner them, then crush them with his shield like little insects. Simon entered the room, a smile on his face. He demonstratively pulled out his sword. The swordsman blocked their way to the door and said that killing snipers was his hobby. He really liked the way they screamed before they died. Tyler invited him to join their team. It was a test of his abilities. Simon passed it successfully. Together, they can defeat anyone. He called Tyler a fool. Simon doesn't believe his stupid lies. Tyler is just a rat who got caught in a trap and is trying to escape. Lilu saw the runestone in his hand. She understood everything. Her leader was simply stalling for time so that the girl could make a clever tactical maneuver. Tyler got into a fighting stance and ordered Lil to run away from here. The girl ran towards the door. Simon started laughing. He said the girl ran into a storage room with no exit. The swordsman struck hard with his sword. Tyler blocked the blow. Their eyes met. Simon began to mock him. He said that snipers are weak in close combat. With a skillful movement of the sword, Tyler knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands. Simon took a few steps back and stopped. He was surprised by the boy's fighting skills. Simon ran to his sword to use the weapon enhancement rune. A shot from a rifle rang out. The test participant's amulet counted 1 point in favor of Lilu. The swordsman tried to say something, but his words were hard to understand. The guy was very angry. The girl did not give her enemy a chance to defend himself because she attacked him from behind. Not a fair move, but as we know, war is a game without rules. The powerful blow broke Alice's gift in half. Tyler now has no melee weapon. War is a game without rules. He decided to take away his enemy's weapons. Lilu called him. The girl found a rune with the ability that their opponent wanted to use. She asked Tyler if he knew what ability this rune gave. He looked at the energy stone and said that this rune can increase the physical strength of its owner by 200%. It is a very valuable artifact, and he knows how to use it. The tank can't hurt them now. They can easily defeat it. Lilu said that she felt dizzy after the brain shaving. Tyler smiled and told the girl that he would take care of the tank himself. He didn't need her help. Boris heard the sound of a shot. He realized that his partner was in danger. The guy started running faster. He found the right floor. There were enemies in the corridor. Tyler tried to calm his friend down. He said that this warrior was a good guy and wouldn't hurt them. Boris took out his shield and slammed it on the floor. He said this good guy is now tearing their heads off. Lilu groaned dramatically and fell to the floor. The girl said she was very scared. Tyler played along with her in this game. He said that he would die protecting her. Tyler of Lil pretended to be weak. Boris believed them. He thought he could easily defeat him in close combat. The tank approached Tyler and jumped up to deliver a powerful blow. Simon's sword stopped his attack. Sparks flew around from the burst of energy. Tyler spun his sword around his head to create a vortex of energy. He then jumped up and swung his sword to deliver a powerful blow. The Predator taught him the energy vortex technique. Plasma formed around the sword. The guy hit Boris's shield, causing him to slide back across the floor a few meters. Boris expressed his surprise with swear words. He could not understand where the sniper got such great strength from. Tyler continued to attack the tank. A moment later, he was back next to it. His sword hummed as it cut through the air. Blows rained down on Boris one after another. After each attack, the tank took 1 step back. He couldn't do anything because Tyler didn't stop and struck again and again. After 10 attacks, Tyler stopped. He was breathing heavily. Boris asked who he was and where he got such great strength from. Tyler got a rune that increases physical strength by 200%. The guy said that he didn't have time to talk to Boris. He needed to earn points, not talk about stupid things. Boris has a rune that doubles his armor. Tyler's plan failed. The rune that would increase his strength would not be able to penetrate the tank's armor. They had nowhere to retreat. The guy jumped up to deliver his strongest blow. Boris looked into his eyes. It seemed like Tyler had gone crazy. A bright light flashed in the room. Lilu covered her face with her hand. The tank's shield shattered into small pieces. He was lying on the floor and repeating the same words. This can't be. Tyler was swaying from side to side. He had lost a lot of energy. The guy saw white circles in his eyes that blinded him like sunbeams. He turned to Lil and told her she was beautiful. The blood pressure in his brain dropped, and he didn't know what he was saying. Tyler was dreaming. Lilu heard Kyle's voice on the walkie-talkie. Sigmund had calculated their fall trajectory and found them. Tyler was smiling and swaying from side to side. He couldn't recover from the loss of so much energy. The girls specified their coordinates. They are in the school on the second floor. The sound of footsteps made him turn around. His team members were coming up the stairs. Tommy spoke first. He said that they had killed the rune beast, and now each of them had 1 point. Tommy started to tell how they outsmarted the rune creature and suddenly stopped mid-sentence. They saw 2 enemies in protective capsules. All the team members looked at Tyler and Lila in amazement. The girls said that they defeated the enemy team on their own. Tyler's tactical skills helped them a lot. He is a real genius. Sigmund wondered how many points Tyler had. He calculated that their team had 8 points. They needed to quickly take up position on the bridge and earn points before someone else used their strategy. Tommy had a great idea. He scratched his head and suggested something to eat. Soon their rivals would want to cross the bridge, and they needed to be ready for their arrival. Tyler's stomach heard Tommy's words. It gave a natural signal of hunger. Sigmund grinned and said that he could listen to this melody forever. The friends began to laugh. Tyler apologized for the unpleasant sound his stomach made. The fight with the tank caught the recruit's attention. She rewound the video several times to study Tyler's fighting technique. Lola enlarged the image and saved it to a hidden folder on her computer. The girl was worried that Azamat would steal her favorite again. The system recorded abnormal bursts of electromagnetic activity. The chief meteorologist could not believe his eyes. He decided that the sensors on the beacons were damaged and recording unreliable data. The man conducted statistics via satellites. The system gave the same result again. A message appeared on the monitor. Urgent evacuation is necessary. Sophia turned on the TV to watch the latest events on the Island of Wonders. Suddenly, the door to her room opened. She looked back in fear. Jessica walked into Sophia's apartment, worried. She asked the girl if the news had reported on the latest events on the island. The TV news anchor reported that most of the participants had already dropped out of the competition. There was a real massacre on the site. This year, the number of participants exceeded 2,000 people. This created a lot of competition between them. Jessica's father came to support Sophia in her time of need. He said he had information about her brother. John received a message from an old friend who works as a pilot on a recruit ship. Tyler is the leader of team number 557. Their team is in the top 10 fighting groups. Her brother has proven himself to be a good warrior and strategist. He earned his first point before landing on the island. Farrell felt like Jessica's father hadn't told him all the information he knew. The boy asked his pilot if he had said anything else about Tyler. John said that this is all the information from his friend. The problem is that Tyler's excessive attention will create problems for him. Now all participants know that he is a strong warrior, and there may be an open hunt for him. The girl was frightened by John's words. Her brother's heroic actions could harm him. He is an impulsive young man trying to change the world on his own. It is very dangerous. While the boys were in combat positions, Lilu decided to cook something for them to eat. The girl caught 3 little pigs and roasted them over a fire. Tommy liked this news the most. The guy was a glutton and when he heard about meat, he forgot everything else in the world. The boys ate meat with pleasure. High-calorie food will make them strong and lift their spirits. Tyler decided to discuss their next steps with his team. As he was going down the stairs, he heard Lilu's voice. The girl asked how many enemies they had managed to shoot while she was busy preparing food. The guy informed her that 26 people had been ambushed that day. She praised him, but Tyler said that they should be grateful to him. It was Sigmund who had come up with this effective strategy. The guy didn't seem to hear their conversation. He clicked on the competitor's icon and looked at their team's statistics. Lilu said that all the team members were getting points for the team, and she was cooking barbecue. She wanted to earn some points, too. Lilu went to take a fighting position. The girl climbed onto the roof and told them that they could go and rest. She would take care of their enemies. The boys watched her actions without saying a word. Lilu radioed Kyle that she was in position. The fencer gave her a gesture that meant he understood. A digital table appeared in the sky, listing the top 10 teams. Their battle group was ranked 10th. Hector was ranked 1st. Sigmund was surprised that the guy with no team had the most points. Who is he? Tommy started to panic. This Hector had earned 56 points on his own. He said this guy was nuts, and they couldn't beat him. The table now includes additional information about the bonus task. Task name: Headhunting. One of the participants becomes the object of the hunt. It is visible anywhere on the map. The reward for killing the target is a multiplier of 10 points earned. If you have 10 points, then after killing the target, you will have 100 points. The target of the task is Tyler Brightheart. Now, all the participants of the test will try to catch Tyler. A map appeared in the sky, which showed the location of the guy. Tommy hit himself on the forehead with his palm and said that now they will be found and killed. Sigmund came up with an ingenious plan to use Tyler's hunt against their enemies. They can set traps around their location. Their opponents will come for Tyler and die in them one by one. Lilu liked this plan. Their enemies wouldn't be able to get to them unnoticed. It all depends on the sniper's shooting skills. If the enemies figure out their plan, they can easily bypass the traps. They can only bypass the traps if they have a choice of where to go. Tyler had an idea to stop this. He asked Sigmund how many traps he had. If there are not enough, he will make new ones from the materials available on the island. Tyler ordered Lil to cover the boys while they set up traps. She had to be attentive because the success of the mission depended on her. Tyler will have another task. He will prepare a little surprise for their unwanted guests. The enemies will have more fun in the company of the rune beasts. Team number 123 has arrived at an abandoned school. Their target is Tyler Brightheart. They are low on battle points. Completing the bonus objective is their only way to win. The leader of the group told his warriors that this guy is a sniper. He must have set up an ambush and is waiting for them. They need to split up to find his exact location. Ophelia didn't like his plan. The sniper could shoot them one by one. They wouldn't be able to get to him. It would be better to choose another route and attack the enemy from behind. This is the only route to locate their target. He ordered her to shut her mouth and follow his orders. The girl doesn't understand anything about tactical actions. She only demoralizes their team with her stupid ideas. Michael ran first. He hid behind a car and looked around furtively. There was no one around. The guy signaled for the other team members to join him. The guy realized it was a trap and signaled them not to move. He pointed to the other side of the street for one of the team members. He needed to go around the enemy from the other side. A thin wire was stretched above the ground. There was an explosion. The guy's body was enveloped in a protective capsule. One of the members of team number 123 dropped out of the competition. They revealed their location. Michael ordered everyone to remain in their places. He heard Ophelia's voice. The girl suggested that he retreat. If their team continued to advance, they could fall into a trap. The rumble of a truck caught their attention. The swordsman called Michael to look at him. The truck was driving towards them in reverse. The car pushed aside the protective capsules and stopped. Tommy got out of the cabin. He walked to the luggage compartment and looked back. The guy saw Michael and waved at him. Tommy had a smile on his face. He opened the trunk door and started running. Tommy ran without looking back. Michael began to suspect that this was some kind of diversion. The guy ordered his team members to stay put. Maybe a sniper is watching them. The enemy team wants them to panic so the sniper can shoot them. The truck began to rock from side to side. Something large was moving inside her. The swordsman began to stutter. He tried to say something, but the words froze in his throat. Gathering his strength, he said that there was a rune beast inside the truck. Michael ordered them to stay put. The creature stuck its head out of the truck and growled. It was the three-horned armadillo. It climbed out of the truck and stomped its paw on the ground like a bull about to charge. The monster started running straight at them. With each jump, the ground shook. The cars that were on the street bounced slightly. The armadillo, like a bulldozer, threw everything in its path. When it ran to their shelter, it turned the car over with its powerful horns. Ophelia ran towards the car's fall. The girl looked back and saw the car spinning above her head. A moment later, her consciousness was swallowed by darkness. The girl was saved by a protective capsule. The car bounced off her in the opposite direction. Michael decided to hide in the building next to him. He could hear the bones of his team members crunching. The protective capsules could not withstand the strong pressure of the rune beast's jaws. The guy ran into the room and slammed the door behind him. The image of the monster stood before his eyes. He should have listened to Ophelia's advice. Sometimes a woman's intuition is more accurate than a man's logic. Tommy kicked the floor. Michael screamed in fear when he heard the loud sound. The guy was very scared. He felt his body shaking. The tank attacked him with a powerful attack. Tommy called this blow the revenge of the mad pig. Michael didn't have time to react to the quick blow. There were bright flashes in his eyes. Tommy felt a rush of dopamine and began to dance. Tyler praised him for a good hit and asked Tommy to stop mocking the enemy. If he danced every time, it could lead to negative consequences. There are still 2 days left until the end of the test. They have a lot to do. A table with the results of the competition appeared in the sky. Their team is in second place in the ranking. The guy came out into the open. He saw many participants in protective capsules. He started running towards the nearest cover to hide. The young man looked around, trying to see the sniper's ambush. In this test, one mistake costs a lot. The sniper got into it, and the guy joined the company of losing players. Hector added another point to his stats. The loner is ranked first. He inhaled the smoke from his cigarette and smiled. No one can stop him, because he has something that the other participants in the trial do not have. The blood of the rune beast flows through his veins. This guy is very strange. He smells fear and is in the right place at the right time. Lucas winced and said that this Hector would be a problem. Azamat informed the mentor about the success of team number 557. The recruit said that the final test would be exciting if they met Hector. The chief examiner was silent. Tyler's team demonstrated an unconventional approach to combat tactics. Hector must lose. The chief meteorologist was running away from Arnold. The man had urgent information for Lucas. The giant grabbed the meteorologist by the collar and ordered him to be quiet. Mentor became curious about what Arnold was trying to hide. He ordered him to let the scientist go and explain what was going on. Arnold said that this fool can't understand the weather statistics. The scientist recommends stopping the tests because there is increased electromagnetic activity on the island. The meteorologist approached Lucas and showed him the results of his research. Gravity cavities were forming on the island. This indicated the formation of new wormholes. The chief examiner has decided to stop the test. The young people cannot withstand the army of rune beasts. Arnold is facing a court-martial. He will lose all his military decorations for his professional negligence. Lucas's patience snapped. The husband wanted to hit his colleague. He asked him to shut his mouth and not interfere. Arnold realized that the chief examiner was very angry. He asked him what they would do if the meteorologist was wrong, and the wormholes did not appear. Lucas took full responsibility for himself. The siren blared. The ship went into emergency mode. Lucas looked at the pilot and asked what was going on. Wormholes began to open on the island. The system reported the need for urgent evacuation. The meteorologist was right. The island's defense system formed a protective space-time dome. The communications shuttles exploded from the energy surge. This dome prevents the rune beasts from leaving the island. The participants of the competition are trapped. Monsters began to emerge from the portals, filling the island's territory. Their number increased with each passing minute. Young rune masters must fight them on their own. What will happen to those warriors who are in protective capsules? The chief examiner looked at the computer monitors. There was no connection to the island. The protective dome could not be turned off. Fireworks of thoughts were going off in Lucas's mind. Panic broke out on the ship. People were heard screaming and crying. Crew members ran to the rescue shuttles to abandon ship. The emergency situation led to disorganization. Horrible thoughts swirled through Arnold's mind. Images of blood and the torn limbs of young men stood before his eyes. His hand began to shake. He gripped the back of the chair to calm his nerves. Lucas ordered everyone to remain in their places and listen to his instructions. The liaisons must contact the Commander-in-Chief of Nuclear Power and submit a request for the use of the Rune atomic cannon. The scientists must conduct research on the protective dome and determine how to disable it. If this is not possible, they must determine where the atomic strike should be launched. Civilians with weak mentality must remain in their cabins and not interfere with the work of professional specialists. For violation of his instructions, he has the right to apply physical coercion. Lucas's voice was hoarse after his loud speech. He took a breath and asked those present if there were any questions for him. The chief examiner ordered that his orders be followed. Arnold began to apologize for not reporting the abnormal electromagnetic activity in a timely manner. Mentor did not want to listen to his senseless excuses. The smell of ozone appeared in the air. A few seconds later, a protective dome formed over the island. An electromagnetic wave passed around, which made the hair of all the team members stand on end. Lilu said that a strange wave passed through her body. Perhaps the examiners decided to add some new task. Their team's brains realized what was happening. Sigmund informed his friends that the protective dome would only activate in one instance, during a wormhole flare. They were isolated from the outside world. Tommy grabbed his head and started repeating the word isolated. Lilu asked Tyler what to do. The examiners weren't allowed to leave them in the death zone. The boy looked down at the ground and didn't say a word. He was consumed by memories. The last flash of the wormhole took his parents from him and gave him Sophia. The boy took a deep breath through his nose. He knew the smell well, the smell of death. The images of the memories disappeared from his mind. He felt someone grab his leg. It was Tommy. He was crying and begging Tyler to save him from the terrible rune beasts. His foot touched the frightened boy's face. Tommy's behavior was unacceptable. This was the only way to bring his team member to consciousness. Tyler said they had to save everyone they could. These creatures had taken his family, and he wouldn't let them kill innocent people again. If his friends were afraid and wouldn't help him, he would fight these monsters himself. Sigmund would be honored to die in battle. He's not going to hide like a rat. The guy said he had a lot of ideas on how to make these creatures groan in pain. Tommy said he's not a coward. He just doesn't want to risk their lives for those who want him dead. None of their opponents will fight the rune monsters because it's suicide. Lilu supported Sigmund's idea. They are real rune warriors. It is their duty to protect innocent people. Kyle said that their team is an example of true heroes. If his fate perishes, he will die for a good cause. The guy shouted militantly, "I am the rune warrior." Tommy was against the idea, but he had no choice but to go along with the majority decision. The fat-bellied chatterbox said they were nuts, but he had a lot of respect for them. He was lucky to be on a team where everyone acted as one. Tyler's team made a unanimous decision. They would fight against the rune beasts and save everyone they could. A wormhole flare has occurred on Chvar Island. Communication shuttles have been destroyed by the protective dome. It is impossible to turn off the dome because the control panel for the defense system is located on the island. The newscaster coughed. He wiped his face with the back of his hand and continued broadcasting. Monica listened attentively to the news anchor. She felt a wave of ants pass through her body. She looked down and said quietly, "I hope you make the right decision." Tyler's choice would not please Monica. Their team saved everyone who got into a dangerous situation. The young rune warriors were in an area of the island that could be called Hell. None of the participants in the competition tried to help those in trouble. The frightened young people chose a different tactic. They simply hid from the fierce rune beasts. The team leader watched as the monster devoured his partner. He hopes that they will not be noticed, and the other team members will survive. Baxter's hopes were dashed when the creature looked at them. Their hiding place was revealed. The saber-toothed serpent began to approach them. They could smell the stench coming from its mouth. They had no choice but to run towards the ocean. The guy said that there were monsters in the water, too. They needed to swim around it as quickly as possible and get to the shore. The crystal octopus found a victim. The beast grabbed Emily with its tentacle and lifted her into the air. The girl began to squeal loudly. The bullet ripped the octopus's tentacle in half. Tyler's shot saved her life. He shouted at them to run away from the water. The monster would soon come to its senses and devour them all. They ran out onto the shore of the island. The evil octopus began to pursue them. The ocean creature did not stop pursuing them and had an irresistible desire to kill them all. Sigmund's magic wand stopped the monster. The rocket hit him right in the head. It's scary to even imagine what the consequences would have been if he had used this magic wand when landing on the island. Sigmund clearly demonstrated the full power of a hand bazooka. Crystal Octopus was stunned by the missile's explosion, and Kyle took advantage of this moment to deliver a fatal blow with his sword. They won again thanks to teamwork, and the ocean monster was destroyed. Tyler interrupted their moment of triumph. He told them to stay focused and keep rescuing the test participants. They don't have time to talk. They need to continue fighting the rune beasts. The boy ordered the rescue operation to be extended. On the other side of the island, a combat unit of test participants was running from the needle shark. They barely made it to shore before becoming the monster's meal. The team stopped and looked at the rune beast. Their fear created the illusion of being chased, even though the creature was incapable of moving on land. One of them was hit by a bullet. Hector continued to hunt people despite the emergency. This psycho got pleasure from killing and could not stop. The commander of the combat unit began to beg for mercy. He said that they did not wish him harm. They wanted to save themselves, and it would be better if he united with them. The warrior's words had no effect on Hector. He continued shooting. The boy laughed evilly after each participant he shot at. The warrior realized that there was no point in talking to the psychopath. He pulled out his sword and told Hector that he would kill him. After these words, a shot rang out. A protective capsule formed around the guy. Hector rolled his cigarette from one corner of his mouth to the other. After each murder, the young man felt an emotional rush. He inhaled the thick smoke of his cigarette and smiled. In a temporary shelter, the victims were given first aid. The young people were frightened and exhausted. Tyler arrived at the school. His team brought several other competitors who had suffered from the rune beast's attacks. Panic reigned all around. The guy ordered everyone to remain calm in a confident tone of voice. Everyone gathered fell silent, awaiting his further instructions. Tyler called Lila and told her to start bandaging the injured limbs. The girl nodded and headed towards the wounded. The situation was tense. There was fear in the people's eyes. It seemed like they were waiting for good news from Tyler. He knew he needed to somehow raise their morale. He said that everything depends only on them. No one will help them, that's obvious. It is necessary to join forces and all together to resist the monsters. These words demoralized the assembled. No one wanted to participate in a mortal struggle with the Ren beasts. Someone behind Tyler shouted, "Glory to the great warrior Tyler Brightheart." The guy clenched his fist and said, "Glory to the rune warriors." The answer was, "Glory to the heroes." One of the participants in the test supported Tyler. The young man wanted to take revenge on the terrible creatures for their terrible deeds. There was a commotion all around. Emotions overwhelmed the participants of the competition. The warriors realized that they had to confront the creatures or become their food. Kyle pointed at the competitors who were in protective capsules. He asked him what they would do with them. If the rune beasts found them, they would eat them. The test participants are in a lethargic sleep. They will not be able to resist the monsters. Tyler, after some silence, ordered Kyle to hide him in the basement rooms in small groups. Sigmund studied the map of the island and said that there was a pharmacy in the center of town. They needed to plan how they could get medicine for the victims. Tyler ordered Tommy to form a combat team for this mission. The guy must select good warriors who are capable of doing reconnaissance work. It's a great honor for Tommy. The guy said he would select the best scouts and plan a safe route of travel. Lucas watched the communications officer work. He asked him how he could re-establish contact with the island. Mentor was worried. Horrible things were happening on the island every second. The communications officer said that there was a weak spot in the protective dome. If a local strike from a proton cannon were to be made, a hole would be created in it for a time. A capsule with a message could be sent to the participants of the competition through this hole. This idea doesn't make sense. They can't provide relevant information to the trial participants. This capsule is just demoralizing them. They need to come up with something else. Lucas was nervous. Swear words were coming out of his mouth. Mentor really wanted to get to the island and help the poor children. Loli had a suggestion. She called Lucas. The woman believes that the atomic cannon will not help save them. Many are in a confined space. The atomic strike will simply kill them. They need to unite and destroy the wormhole themselves. Azamat asked how they could do this. In the center of the island, there is a concentration of space and time. If the participants find a bunker with ammunition, they will be able to blow up the space-time portal. But to do this, they need to act as a team. The nuclear explosion would kill most of the people on the island because it would cause uncontrollable destruction. If they destroyed the main portal, they could save all the participants in the competition. Lucas was interested in Loli's idea. Now they need to choose a leader who can carry out this operation. This warrior must be responsible and have authority among the participants of the test. 1128. Arnold suggested that the best participant in the test perform this dangerous operation. The husband believes that only Hector can handle it. Everyone will follow his orders, because he has the most points. 1129. No one supported Arnold's idea. Hector is a heartless killer. He continues to hunt the contestants despite the open wormholes. This guy is crazy. Lola remembered the leader of team number 557. Their team had achieved success thanks to the guy's tactical skills. Tyler is the only one who saves everyone on the island. He will be able to organize a resistance movement and complete the task. The guy has all the qualities of a real leader. The only thing he lacks is information. Lucas looked down, his mind racing with all the options that could help him make a difficult choice. He looked at Lola and asked her what made this guy different from the others. The woman knew the answer to that question. Tyler knows how to manage people. He's a real leader. The pointed cassowary had found its prey. The rune beast pinned the young boy to the ground with its paw and prepared to devour his flesh. The creature's attention was drawn to a whistle similar to the singing of a nightingale. The monster looked in the direction of the sound. A shot rang out. The bullet hit the rune beast in the temple. The creature took a few steps forward and fell dead. Tyler's precise shot killed the beast. The guy radioed that the route was clear. Tommy was doing a good job. He ordered to continue moving towards the city center. Sigmund radioed Tyler that they could make it to the drugstore before sunset. They needed to move a little faster to buy some time. The guy heard a loud explosion. He looked in the direction of the sound. The protective dome had been damaged by a proton cannon. Crystalline matter was raining down around it. Tyler's eyebrows rose in surprise. A meteorite flew through the hole and headed his way. The boy shouted for everyone to take cover. A moment later, the meteor fell next to him. The guy barely managed to jump aside so that it didn't hit him. Pieces of earth and rocks flew around. Tyler wondered what had fallen. He crouched down and waited for the dust to settle. A minute later, he saw a strange device at the site of the fall. This is not a meteorite, and this is not a bomb. What is it? His team members ran up to him. No one knew what it was. Everyone had their own version, but it was only guesswork. Tyler looked at Sigmund. Sigmund walked up to the device and said it looked like a data capsule. They were being sent a message. He pressed a combination of keys on the capsule, and it began to hum. The capsule opened and projected a projection of Chief Examiner Lucas. The projection greeted Team 557. The mentor said that there was a wormhole outbreak on the island that damaged the communications module. There is no contact with the test participants. Help will arrive in the morning. The test management made a difficult decision. The test participants must destroy the wormhole themselves. Tyler was chosen to lead the operation. The core of the wormhole is in the stadium. The stadium is located in the center of the island. They need to get to the secret bunker and take the explosives. After that, they need to plant an explosive charge next to the core of the wormhole. It all depends on Tyler. He has to coordinate the actions of all team members. It is obvious that 5 people will not be able to carry the required amount of explosives, so as many people as possible must be involved. The image of Lucas disappeared. Tommy didn't like this news. The guy didn't want to go to the city center. The stadium contains most of the wormholes, so there are a lot more rune beasts there. Reinforcements will arrive in the morning, so they have no choice but to destroy the wormhole themselves. Tyler tells his team that they must complete the task or die. Tyler turned to Sigmund. He told him to plan the route of movement. The success of the operation depended on him. For one man, it doesn't matter how the operation goes. This guy is only interested in one thing: killing the participants of the competition. Hector killed everyone on his side of the island. Now he's interested in Tyler's team and everyone he saved. The guy doesn't care about studying at the university. The only thing he wants is to win the challenge. Tyler and his team were exploring the area. The abandoned city seemed to have frozen. There was no one on the territory. The people had disappeared, and the rune beasts, having had their fill of human flesh, had disappeared. The boy told his team to be more careful. There could be dangerous creatures around. They needed to find a pharmacy to provide first aid to those injured by the rune beasts. Kyle's voice came over the radio, telling Tyler that he had found the pharmacy. The coordinates would be sent to Sigmund. The good news lifted his spirits. He told his comrade that they would be coming to them soon. They needed to plan their next steps. The generator worked in the pharmacy, and the medicines did not spoil. All the wounded soldiers received the necessary medicines. Fresh bandages were applied to the injured limbs. The situation stabilized. The wounded warriors will not be able to take part in the operation to blow up the wormhole core. They need to split up. The uninjured members will go to the bunker to get explosives. Everyone else will stay to protect the wounded. Tommy is responsible for overseeing the personnel. Tyler asked him how many combat-ready warriors they had. Tommy said they had 14, including their crew. Tyler gave the order to leave 4 warriors to protect the wounded. The rest would follow the explosives. Kyle would remain to protect the wounded. They went to the bunker. The soldiers walked slowly along the streets of the abandoned city. The wind walked between the ruins of the buildings. Sometimes the rustling of paper from food wrappers could be heard. Every sound made everyone shudder and look around. Tommy looked into the window of an old supermarket. A fat guy offered to grab a bite to eat. They hadn't eaten for a long time. Without food, they would have no energy. Tyler gave the order to make a break. Tommy was very happy to be able to replenish his energy reserves. He said that Tyler was the best leader in the world. All the warriors looked at each other in surprise. No one had an appetite. It was taken away by the fear of death. Lilu saw that her leader was not eating anything. She approached him and offered him a piece of bread. A healthy mind resides in a healthy body. If he did not eat anything, he would quickly lose the energy that he really needed. Jason found a bottle of expensive wine. He thought it was a good idea to relieve stress. The guy looked around for something he could use to open the bottle. Tyler grabbed his arm. The guy wouldn't be able to react adequately in an emergency if he was drunk. The leader politely explained that drinking alcohol wasn't a smart idea at the moment. Meanwhile, Tommy was devouring chips and everything he could get his hands on. The guy was enjoying the moment. Food was giving him the most pleasure. His mood was rising with every second. Tyler approached Sigmund and asked him why he wasn't eating anything. The guy pointed to the sky. There was a table of results of the test in the sky. Hector takes first place. The guy continues to hunt the participants of the competition no matter what. Hector is a psychopath. He may attack them when they are heading to the bunker. This young man does not want to study at the university. He is driven by the desire to kill. A new message appeared in the table. The system believes that the test is continuing. The next task is a bounty hunt. The target of the task is Lilu, from team number 557. The girl saw the message. She approached her leader and said that she was ready to be bait. To complete the mission is the most important prerogative for her. Tyler placed a gentle hand on Lil's shoulder. He said there was no need. Every member of the team deserved to be protected. He wouldn't let anyone hurt him. Jessica saw Tyler on TV being affectionate with his teammate. There was a tiny rasp. It was her teeth. Tanya felt her heart begin to pound in squeals. Her palms became sweaty. The girl nervously fiddled with her fingers. She had never loved anyone, but this guy was special. Monica whispered that the time would come and he would be hers. The Blood Wolves were chilling at a local pub. After Tyler told Lil he wouldn't let her get hurt, the whole team was buzzing with excitement. Mavpun underscored this romantic moment with his argument. He said that Tyler, after passing the test, will look for a godfather for his child. The Predator said that now was not the time for his jokes. The monkey fell silent and drank some beer. Arguing with your leader was very dangerous. George was surprised by the behavior of the competitor who does not stop hunting the competitors after the outbreak of the wormhole. The guy asked the Predator why this psycho continues to kill people. The system is damaged and does not stop giving tasks to players. Mavpun assumed that the guy simply does not know that the tests have been stopped. The Predator knew who he was. He said that the matter was completely different. The guy was sick with an incurable disease. The man looked at Alfred and asked what he knew about the little monster. The boy who tasted the blood of the rune beast. This guy was kidnapped by Acid Vulture. The poor kid had nothing to eat and started eating the vulture's chicks. After that, his DNA mutated and he became obsessed with murder. Mavpun choked on his beer after hearing the words. He said that this guy would stop at nothing. He was half rune beast and did not understand his actions. Nick was silent. Tyler had to confront a murderous lunatic. It wasn't his fault he wasn't like normal people, that was a fact, but his actions could have disastrous consequences. The Blood Wolves team continued watching the TV broadcast from Chvar Island. No one wanted to talk. A wormhole has opened up on their path. A hungry rune beast could emerge from it at any moment. Tyler turned to Cookie and asked her to scout the area with a drone. For her, reconnaissance is like a game on a game console. The girl turned on her device and sent it in the direction of the wormhole. The scout reported good news. All the rune beasts are far from the wormhole. The path is clear. If they quickly run across the danger zone, they can easily reach the bunker. Tyler stepped forward. Suddenly, hungry creatures began to emerge from the wormhole. They began to walk around the area in search of prey. Tyler stepped back and accidentally stepped on Tommy's foot. Tommy screamed. Tyler kept his eyes on the portal. He calmly ordered Tommy to be quiet. The monsters could hear his voice. Sigmund had an idea how to bypass the danger zone. He told the leader that they could enter the bunker through the sewers. The weak mechanic had found a way out of a difficult situation again. There was a stench coming from the underground labyrinth. Tommy said he wouldn't go in there, even if it meant death. He was told to keep quiet. He talked too much. They could be heard. Tommy kept muttering that he was sick. If they didn't get out of here, he would show her what he had done the day before. Tyler ordered him to shut his squeak. There may be rune beasts in the bunker. Tyler has ordered everyone to be very careful. The success of the mission depends on their coordinated actions. Cookie stepped on the rat. The creature began to squeak. Tommy tried to calm it down. He said it was just a little mouse, and there was no need to be afraid of it. A second later, the rat fell on the boy's shoulder. He jumped into Cookie's arms and started squealing. The boy hugged his teammate and mumbled something about Mom and save him. Loud cries may attract the rune beasts. They must remain quiet. They covered their mouths with their hands, but their screams could be heard through them. The small creature made the mighty rune warriors panic. What would happen when they met the real monster? Tyler gave them strict orders to keep moving and remain quiet. The rune beast's tail appeared behind them. The beast was creeping up on them, ready to attack them by surprise. Hector felt at home in the abandoned city. The rune beasts did not attack him because his scent was similar to theirs. He found a shop that was a temporary shelter to replenish his energy reserves. The guy drank wine and moved on. He felt that they were close. Hector whistled a funeral march. He's a psychopath, and all he wants to do is kill. There was a cigarette butt lying near the open hatch. So, the rats chose the underground route. When they get out of there, a surprise awaits them. The psycho sniper has an interesting idea. They intuitively discovered the underground entrance to the bunker. They were lucky that it was not closed with a protective grate. Sigmund looked at the tunnel. He said it might not be safe. There might be monsters in the middle. If the rune beast attacked them in the tunnel, they would die. Tyler decided to climb first to survey the area. He is not afraid to meet the monster because he has the rune skill Snake Eye. The guy will see the creature from a long distance. He used the skill and looked at his team members. Each of them was emitting infrared radiation. Tyler can see all warm-blooded creatures. Behind their unit, bubbles began to rise. The boy noticed this. He asked what kind of animals could live in this stinking slop. The naked-tailed crocodile attacked the poor boy. He grabbed him with his powerful jaws and squeezed him tightly. The crunch of the young man's bones was heard. He screamed softly, and then hung in his mouth. Tommy began screaming frantically. He screamed that they were trapped and had nowhere to run. The monster had cornered him in a dead end with no way out. The rune beast shook its head from side to side, tearing the boy's body. After a few seconds, it devoured him and looked in their direction. The gluttonous monster wants to swallow them all. Tyler ordered to quickly get into the tunnel. They don't have much time, and the crocodile won't stop until it eats everyone. Tommy is too fat to fit through the tunnel. Tyler grabs him by the collar and tells him to run. He remembered the song his mother had sung to him as a child. Tommy, you're not fat. Remember that. Tommy, you're not a pig. Remember that. They ran 100 meters, and Tommy said that he was a pig. He couldn't get away from a crocodile. The guy asked Tyler to tell everyone that he died a hero. Tyler said he would tell everyone how he gave up. He is a coward and a weakling. A hero woke up in Tommy. He said that he was not a coward. He was just tired. After these words, the guy took a deep breath and asked what their next steps were. The leader's order surprised him, but he carried it out. Tommy took off his jacket and handed it to Tyler. The monster felt that its prey was somewhere nearby. The crocodile slowly looked around the area. The creature turned its muzzle and saw two shadows. The rune beast sniffed the air with its nostrils and smelled them. He quietly crawled up and jumped, attacking the boys. Wooden boards and bars appeared in his mouth. It was a dummy in which Tyler had made a tripwire of live grenades. The creature heard the sawing of the grenades counting down the time until the explosion. There was an explosion. One of the boards flew to the side and hit the guy. He winced, but didn't say a word. Plasma began to form in the crocodile's mouth. Tyler realized that the monster was going to attack them. He ordered Tommy to use his shield. A stream of fire hit the guy's shield. He smelled fried chicken. The hair on his arms was burning. Tank clenched his teeth and asked his leader what to do. He wouldn't be able to hold back the stream of fire for long. The crocodile's armored hide was impossible to penetrate. Tyler decided to shoot at its only weak point. He took aim and fired a shot at its eye. Simon's sword came in handy. The boy jumped up to deliver a fatal blow to the armored creature. If you sharply stick a knife into a watermelon, there will be a crunching sound. His sword strike made exactly that sound. The crocodile was dead. The sword stuck out of his head like a unicorn's horn. Tommy was breathing heavily and stumbling. The boy was scared of the emergency. Tyler took the rune from the monster's head. While he is on the island, he cannot use it. But when he returns home, he will need it. Tommy noticed something strange. He pointed towards the wall and said that the reflected flame from his shield had burned a hole in it. From behind a hole in the wall, they saw the composition of the resources. The guys discovered a bunker. The shelves were filled with provisions, canned fish and meat, water, cookies, and everything that a person with unlimited imagination could imagine. Tommy wanted to start eating, but Tyler ordered him to call the other team members. They couldn't go far. He found a cabinet of ancient weapons. On the shelves were several Desert Eagle pistols, a rapid-fire Uzi, and an AWP rifle. Tyler didn't know what they were, since he had never seen weapons that existed before the Rune Beast invasion. The young man heard Sigmund's voice behind him. The mechanic was delighted with the amount of supplies they had found. When Sigmund saw the cabinet with weapons, he said loudly, "Classic weapons." "Cool." Lilu found modern body armor that was installed on the dummies. She took one of them and went to look for her leader. The girl suggested that they wear body armor. It would protect them from debris or from the Rune Beast's fire attacks. Tyler said that was a great idea and ordered everyone to put on protective armor. Sigmund ran around the underground base like a kid in a supermarket. He put on his flak jacket without waiting for anyone to tell him to and looked at the box with the skull painted on it. The guy came over and opened it. A few seconds later, he reported that he had found explosives. The crates were filled to the brim with C4 explosives. The mechanic danced in ecstasy. He said it would be enough to send all the Rune Beasts to the moon. There might be something else useful in the warehouse. Tyler gave the order to search every inch of the room. Maybe they'll find something else that could be useful in the fight against the furious creatures. The boy saw a chest with runes painted on it. He went up to it and opened it. A real treasure appeared before his eyes. These were defensive skill runes, one for the tank and two for the sniper. Tyler called Tommy. He said he had a gift for Tommy. Now his shield would not just be strong, but mega impenetrable. Their tank would be able to repel an attack of any strength. Tommy showed his new shield to his team. The boy was over the moon. Only millionaires can afford this rune because it costs a lot of money. Lilu really wanted to see what Tyler's rune looked like because she is also a sniper. The girl asked to see the rune in action. The guy used a specialized rune. Titanium armor appeared around his upper body. He looked like a superhero from some sci-fi action movie. Lilu admired her leader's appearance. She asked him to use the invisibility rune. Tyler's body became translucent. The rune refracted the photons, and the guy looked like a ghost. In the dark, he would be completely invisible. The boy felt like he owed his friends. These runes could have been given to anyone, but the team chose him. All the team members believed that the best of them should have these runes. He ordered Tommy to go ahead of the group. Now their tank has an impenetrable shield and is not threatened by any attack. Tommy popped the monsters like balloons. Their bodies couldn't withstand even one tank attack. He said that the way was clear. and they had nothing to fear. If a rune beast appeared nearby, it would destroy it quickly. His new shield wanted to crush these insects. Tyler felt his left leg go into a hellish fight. He tried to straighten up, but his leg wouldn't obey him. Hector wanted to play with his enemy and didn't shoot him in the head. The tank reacted instantly and took a defensive position. The guy didn't immediately understand who was shooting at them. Tyler ordered to protect Lila. This psycho wants to distract their attention. Tommy ran up to the girl and pushed her, covering her with his shield. Another shot rang out. The tank covered Lila in time, and the bullet hit the shield. Hector switched on automatic fire. Bullets bounced off Tommy's shield one after another. The guy kept cursing. He was shouting that he would rip Hector's head off if he didn't stop. Tyler was shot in the thigh. Now he won't be able to move fast. Cookie said that it was a serious injury, and their leader won't be able to participate in the deal. The cigarette in Hector's mouth moved from side to side. A wave of ants passed over his body from head to toe. He experienced pleasure comparable to drug intoxication. Hector is nothing but a psychopath. He heard an unfamiliar voice in his ear. Sigmund tuned the radio to all frequencies and asked Hector to stop. Sigmund started shouting that they would all die if the sniper didn't stop. They had explosives that needed to be planted in the stadium to blow up the wormhole core. Sigmund took a deep breath and repeated the information again. These words only made the psycho sniper laugh. He listened to the mechanic and did not answer him. He fell silent and listened attentively. After a few seconds, Sigmund heard Hector laughing. The guy said he would blow up the wormhole himself. He would complete all the tasks himself. He would be the best participant in the test. He would kill them all. Sigmund relayed the words of the mad sniper. The mechanic silently pounded his fist on the metal box and whispered something under his breath. Tyler didn't turn on Hector because it didn't make any sense. He said that if this sniper wanted to fight him, he would get it. The young man ordered to continue the mission, and he would distract Hector. The leader's order did not please his team. He is wounded and will not be able to resist Hector. This sniper is smart and very strong. He will not be able to resist him in such a physical condition. Tyler rose to his feet and told his team not to argue with him. There was no time to think. They needed to get to the mission immediately. Lilu offered to protect Tyler. She could go behind Hector and kill him. Together they could defeat this crazy psychopath. They need to plant a lot of explosives. If Lilu stays, they won't be able to plant the necessary amount of C4, and then everyone on this island will die. Tyler's plan is the only way out. It's only a matter of time before they become true heroes. He's proud of each member of his team and wants them to be legendary. Will the Rune Warriors stop halfway because some idiot threatens them? Tyler always had the right words to lift the morale of his team. The decision was made. They would complete the mission at any cost. The guy immediately went to look for the sniper. As he was leaving the room, he turned around and told them to wait for his signal. Tommy said they were on alert and waiting for his orders. If he didn't contact them for a long time, they would go looking for him. Tyler had calculated the approximate location of the crazy sniper. He made his way to the nearest skyscraper and approached the elevator. The boy turned on the backup generator and waited for the elevator to go down. He remembered the words of his sister Sophia. She told him that he was a real hero and glory awaited him. Tyler really wanted to believe it. Which rune to choose? It's a tough choice when you have 3. Hector was bored and was trying to waste time. His enemies were hiding, and he waited for them to stop and head towards the stadium. He felt the hot air hit his face. The bullet flew so close that he heard it humming as it spun around its axis. The guy hid behind the ventilation shaft. He was breathing heavily. The unexpected attack scared him. Their enemy had escaped. This was his team's chance. He radioed that the passage was clear. Sigmund took the message. He ordered to leave the hiding place and go in the direction of the stadium. Tommy nodded and began to slowly walk out of the alley. Hector crawled to the edge of the roof and fired one shot. He wants to provoke Tyler into revealing his location. The bullet passed by Sigmund without hitting him. Tyler heard his mechanic scream in fear. The guy ran a little to the side to see where Hector was. The enemy sniper's back appeared in the optical sight. The psychopath looked back and saw the glint of the optics on Tyler's rifle. His plan had worked. He turned around abruptly and fired a blasting ball. The mini projectile flew towards his opponent's location. Hector is a bad man, but he is a good sniper. The explosive ball hit exactly where Tyler was. The explosion sent dust flying around the boy's lungs. He looked out from his hiding place to make sure Hector wasn't shooting at his friends. A professional sniper always changes his location. The young man ran to the elevator to go up several floors. Suddenly he heard the voice of the jungle. This roar is difficult to confuse with anything else. The giant berserker monkeys stood in the hallway and sang their monkey song. When the young man looked at them, they fell silent and showed him their fangs. The berserker slammed his fist on the floor, warning the boy of their hostile intentions. Tyler received the trophy he got in the fight with Simon. The mad creature jumped at him, swinging its mighty paw. Simon's sword passed through her body as if it were made of butter. The monkey's severed body fell to the floor. She was still alive and trying to crawl to him. He saw claws in front of his face. Another monkey was running after the cut monster. Tyler jumped back, his left leg shaking. He tried to get up, but his leg wouldn't obey him. It all happened in slow motion. The rune beast looked in his direction and slammed its fists into the ground. Then it crouched and jumped at Tyler. The shot tore off half the monkey's head. It fell before it reached him. The last monkey stood motionless. Its body began to tremble. These creatures are called berserkers because they absorb the energy of their dead brethren and go into a battle frenzy. Their skin becomes as tough as titanium. Their pain threshold drops to almost zero. The guy is in big trouble. The mad monkey began to run towards Tyler, a battle cry escaping from its mouth. He stood up and waited for her to attack. The monster's paws were almost at his face, but he did not move. At the last moment, Tyler suddenly moved aside and the berserker flew past. The monster had great speed and flew through the door. A few seconds later, a dull thud was heard at the bottom of the elevator shaft. The mad creatures distracted him. He remembered Hector. The guy went to the stairs to climb a few floors higher. The voice of the jungle came from the elevator shaft. There might be rune beasts on their way. The mechanic was worried that they wouldn't be able to plant the explosives in time and that the atomic bomb would blow them to pieces. Tommy said they had to keep their cool. That's what his leader had taught him. And he was a mighty and wise warrior. Cookie heard a rustling sound in the alley. She looked in the direction of the sound, but saw no one. The girl felt someone grab her by the shoulders. She saw sharp claws and screamed. Cookie tried to break free from the rune beast's tight grip, but it was no use. The beast opened its mouth to bite her head. Her scream attracted the attention of the boys. They looked around and saw a giant rat. The monster was squeaking and waving its tail to keep its balance. The bullet hit the rat right in the face. He took a few steps back and fell. The perfect shot tore the monster's brain apart, and it died. They looked at the monster's corpse in amazement. Lilu is a sniper and was the first to realize who killed the rune beast. She looked at the skyscraper next to them, but Tyler was nowhere to be seen. Tommy was amazed at their leader's skill with a sniper rifle and said that Tyler was the coolest sniper in the world. The psychopath waited for Tyler to reveal his location. He fired a blaster ball in his direction. He realized that Hector was watching him. The guy immediately stood up and ran away from the window. A moment later, there was an explosion from a mini projectile. His injured leg was giving him no peace. Every step was accompanied by a stabbing pain in his hip. Tyler gritted his teeth. The fierce struggle was observed on the main shuttle. The chief examiner could not utter a word. He saw that the odds were not equal, and Hector was increasing his pressure with each passing minute. The stubborn idiot decided to add fuel to the fire. He told Lucas that they had made a mistake. Hector was stronger and would soon kill Tyler. The wounded guy had no chance. The mentor rudely ordered Arnold to shut his mouth. He reminded him that he was facing a court-martial for professional negligence. His words only made his hopeless situation worse. Lola chuckled and said that she liked the behavior of the chief examiner. He is a great mentor and is worried about the mission. It does not matter who kills whom. The main thing is to save all the people trapped. Lucas didn't listen to anyone. He watched the duel between two great snipers. His leader was wounded. Tyler leaned over the roof and fired one shot. Then he took 2 steps back and jumped to the side. The bullet flew past Hector and bounced off to the side. He didn't even flinch. The sniper raised his rifle and fired to kill. The explosion sent chunks of concrete flying around, and Tyler's ears began ringing from the shockwave. Hector is a master of the flexible ball. The guy jerked the barrel of his rifle sharply during the shot. Tyler stepped into position, and a moment later felt a blow to the chest. The force of the blow could be compared to a sledgehammer. The guy felt his ribs hit his lungs. His breathing was out of rhythm. It seemed to him that an elephant had stepped on his chest and was dancing on it. His heart was beating fast, then slow. Stars were twinkling in his eyes and shimmering in different colors. The berserker had found Tyler. The monkey was quietly creeping up to deliver the fatal blow. Hector focused the scope on the victim's head. A maddened expression appeared on his face. He switched the rifle to single-shot mode and pulled the trigger. The bullet hit its target. The head jerked as the hot lead passed through it. A mad laugh came out of Hector's mouth. He said that Tyler was weak and didn't know how to choose the right location. The dead body of the monkey fell to the ground. The psychopath's mouth opened in amazement. A bright light blinded the psycho's eyes. He raised his rifle and fired in the direction of the light source. A bullet-riddled flashlight rang next to Tyler. The guy aimed the scope at Hector's chest and pulled the trigger of the rifle. There was a shot, and the ejector threw the shell to the side. Hector felt a protective capsule envelop his body. Tyler won the sniper duel. The guy burst into nervous laughter, and then he felt pain in his leg and grimaced. Sophia was in shock. The girl's left eye began to twitch, and her hands began to shake. Her brother almost died. The sister's voice was hoarse and broken. She wanted her brother to come home alive. The chief examiner could not contain his emotions. He clenched his fist and said loudly, "Yes!" Azamat said that the young man deserved to study at the best university. Lola looked down and said that this year she would not allow him to steal her favorite. If he interfered with her, she would complain about him to the Minister of Education. A guy should choose where to study. It's not fair to poach students. They should have the right to choose independently. Lola started screaming that he was interested in Hector. Let the mentally unstable maniac take him to his university. This controversy angered Lucas. He told them to keep quiet. They had not yet completed the mission, and if they failed to detonate the wormhole core, they would all die. The meteorologist reported bad news. Electromagnetic activity has increased on the island. A large rune beast may break through the wormhole. They have little time. If they do not make it, the management will decide to use the rune atomic bomb. The fate of all the participants in the competition is in the hands of Tyler's team. The warriors arrived at their destination. Tommy said in a tired voice that he was hungry. If they failed, he would die without having eaten his fill. Such a horrible death. At the stands, Tommy gave the order to stop. A terrible picture unfolded before their eyes. There were many monsters around the wormhole. They were like guards protecting the portal. These creatures do not have a social organization and do not gather in large groups. What are they doing here? Tommy asked the mechanic why these creatures were protecting the portal. Sigmund put his hand to his chin, lost in thought. This unusual behavior of the rune beasts puzzled him. The mechanic's silence began to drain Tommy. He asked him what to do. They didn't have time to engage in philosophical reflections. An atomic bomb could land at any minute. Tyler stood on the roof of the building, watching the monsters around the portal. His thoughts were like a nest of snakes. He knew his friends couldn't fight the rune beasts and plant explosives at the same time. A positively charged cloud was moving in his direction. Everything was swallowed up by darkness. the stadium disappeared from view. Energy began to concentrate in the portal. A ring of positively charged protons appeared around it. Sigmund said that this was a bad sign. A giant head emerged from the wormhole. It was the all-consuming basilisk. It has armored scales and can concentrate hydrochloric acid in its mouth. This acid can even corrode metal. The appearance of the dangerous monster scared the whole team. Tommy clenched his fist and said that they would not be able to complete the task without their smart leader. A siren sounded in the distance. The air was saturated with charged particles and had a high level of humidity. It seemed as if the siren was blaring next to them. All the monsters started flying towards the sound like flies flying towards you-know-what. They were attracted to the sound because they were so stupid. Sigmund guessed that Tyler had caught their attention. He said that their leader was a genius, and now they would be able to complete the mission. The mechanic gave the order to carry the explosives into the wormhole. They don't have much time. If the basilisk breaks through the portal, they will die an acid death. Tommy took 2 bags and went to the portal first. He was once a weak coward, but Tyler ignited his heart, and he became a brave warrior. Tyler Brightheart changed his life. He mentioned his leader's face. The boy felt friendly sympathy for his mentor. Tears appeared in his eyes. The vile creatures came to the skyscraper. They squealed like crazy pigs. The sound of the siren encouraged them to attack the building. The painkiller wore off, and Tyler felt a pain in his leg. He looked at the horde of rune beasts gathered in front of the skyscraper and felt his hand tighten on the butt of his rifle. His body released adrenaline. The slaughter began. Heads flew off like watermelons at a field shooting range. He squeezed the trigger of his rifle and began to scream frantically. There were so many miracles that it seemed like mad ants were climbing the building. Tyler prepared to meet his death. Lilu put down the bag of explosives and began to urge her friends. They had to quickly blow up the portal and run to help their leader. She felt the acid flame burn her body. The girl covered her face with her hand, but it was not an effective defense. Tank used his powerful shield in time. Tommy appeared before the girl like a whirlwind and protected her. His mother's song was playing in his head. Tommy, you're not fat. Remember that. A magic wand appeared in Sigmund's hands. The guy decided to distract the monster with a bright light. The mechanic's plan worked. The stupid basilisk stopped attacking and looked towards the explosion. A furious roar came out of its mouth, which symbolized the monster's anxiety. The explosion attracted the attention of the rune beasts that were still in the stadium. They turned around and looked at the warriors. The boy screamed for everyone to leave the explosives and run. His voice became hoarse, and he had difficulty speaking loudly. They managed to plant all the bags with explosives. The team began to run to a safe place. Tommy moved to a safe distance and wiped his forehead with his hand. The acid fire and increased physical activity had exhausted him. Cookie took out the remote and said that she was very happy that it would be over soon. The girl smiled and put her finger to the button to press it. She saw her hands detach from her wrist. Her hands fell to the ground. The girl's fingers trembled for a few more seconds. Diamond Mantis cut off Cookie's hands. The remote fell to the ground. The girl did not have time to press the detonation button. Sigmund ran to the remote control and jumped to take it. The monster, as if mocking him, struck him with its paw and destroyed the last hope of the young people. Tommy shielded himself and charged the rune beast. The mantis deflected the guy like a rubber ball. The monster had incredible speed. It ran up to the 3 warriors and cut them with its limbs like a Japanese katana. The boys' bodies were torn to shreds. The rune beast approached Sigmund. He knew exactly who was the smartest in their team. The echo of a shot was heard from afar. The clouds cleared. Tyler aimed his sights at the bags of C4. A regular ball wouldn't set off that explosive. Alice gave him one of the explosive balls as they approached the island. She said that this mini shell was very strong and it was better not to use it. The guy loaded it into the chamber and pulled the trigger. A powerful explosion created a vacuum around the wormhole. The portal turned red and narrowed into a single shining point. A thin sound was heard, and the bright point disappeared. The basilisk's head came off and fell on the diamond mantis. The rune beast began to scratch its limbs to get out from under the head, but it did not produce any results. The mantis was trapped. The protective dome lost its power source, and its energy shell crystallized. Small fireflies appeared in the sky, which slowly disintegrated in the air. The guy saved all the people, but he himself was trapped. A horde of monsters crawled towards him to devour him. He began to retreat as the rune beasts grew in number. Tyler prepared to meet his death. Suddenly, a rain of arrows rained down on the monsters. A stream of pink projectiles destroyed them in 1 second. Someone very powerful helped the guy. His body seemed to have turned to stone. He stood motionless, looking at the dead bodies of the rune beasts. The boy tried to understand what was happening, but there was no answer. The chief examiner jumped onto the roof of the skyscraper. He spread his arms out to the sides, greeting the best warrior who had saved all the people on the island. Lucas told him that today was a fine day for many rune beasts to die. A monster appeared behind the mentor. It aimed its paws at Lucas to kill him. Tyler screamed at his mentor about the danger behind him, but Lucas did not pay attention to the boy's words. When the flying mantis was near the mentor, the man turned around and cut the monster's body in half with one blow. Lucas has mastered the all-seeing eye technology. This skill can only be mastered by warriors of the highest rank. Now the professionals will take care of exterminating these monsters. In a few hours, there will not be a single rune beast on the island. Lucas spread his wings and flew into the air like an angel. As he flew away, he told the guy that he had been sitting for too long and wanted to stretch his legs a bit. He needed to hurry before his colleagues killed those freaks without him. The rune warriors killed the monsters one after another. There was a noise comparable to the sound of squashing a soft fruit. The dumb rune beasts were scattered into pieces. A rescue shuttle arrived for Tyler's team. Tommy saw Cookie off. The poor girl had lost both her arms in a fight with monsters. The doctors told Tommy that she would be fine. They would create new robotic limbs for her. A rescue shuttle was heading towards the guy. The guy felt pain in his leg. His brain stopped secreting natural pain-killing hormones. A red-haired beauty stepped out of the shuttle. She told Tyler not to worry. The doctors would take care of him. The woman said her name was Lola. She was a recruit from Bringstone University. It was the highest-ranked school, and Tyler had the opportunity to attend. A Creighton University shuttle flew by. Azamat screamed at Tyler not to believe her. She was a cursed witch and needed to be burned at the stake. The woman delicately explained to the boy that her grandfather had mental problems. He looked out the shuttle's porthole. The ruins of the city shimmered before his eyes. The island of the wonder had become, in a sense, his home. When a person goes through a difficult path, it is always pleasant to look back. The human psyche is a complex thing. Tanya squealed from the emotions that filled her. The girl hugged the pillow so tightly that she felt her joints crack. She imagined Tyler walking with her through the dense forests, birds singing all around, the wind gently tickling her face, and the sun gently caressing her skin. A sudden thought came to her. Tyler could go to another university, and they would never see each other again. She threw the pillow on the floor and began to sob. These girls don't know what they want. A few seconds later, everything around was swallowed by impenetrable darkness. The guy's body began to crumble into atoms. His hands were shaking. His whole body was covered in cold sweat. Tyler was having a nightmare. A moment later, the guy could see the hospital room. Alice heard his hoarse voice. She jumped up and went to him. Her first words were, "Brat, you slept for 3 days." He asked her what the situation was like on the Island of Wonders. The girl gave him a friendly slap. Tyler realized that he had asked a stupid question and began to laugh. Brutal Alice explained everything to him without further ado. The only thing he needs to worry about is which university he should go to. Now the guy is a star, and everyone wants him to choose their school. He must be careful. These vultures have been circling his room since the first day of his hospitalization. The door to his room opened. Lucas and some people came into the room. They came to his bed and looked at him silently. Tyler couldn't understand what was happening. The noise of their voices rose in the room. They were all talking at once, and the boy could not understand a word. He had the impression that he was at some bazaar, and the seller was trying to sell him his goods. Lucas said they were acting like idiots. They needed to stay calm. The university's reputations were at stake. After these words, the recruits pretended to be very respected persons. They walked away from him and began to talk about the teaching methods of their universities. Lucas walked up to the boy and gently took his hand. His eyes were like those of a cat asking for a tasty fish. The mentor told Tyler that he was the founder of a private school and wanted the boy to be his first student. The noise gave him a headache. He asked them to move away from him because he was not feeling well. Tyler had a good idea. He asked recruits to tell him about the advantages of their schools in writing. They began rustling paper and muttering something under their breath. A few minutes later, sheets of paper appeared in his hands, on which there was information about educational institutions. Tyler felt like a rock star who had the opportunity to record his songs in all music studios. Alice said that the sick boy needed to rest after their visit. She gently reminded them of Lucas's words. They really were acting like idiots. As he left the room, Azamat turned around and told Tyler to think carefully before making his final choice. His life would change when he entered the best university. If Azamat hadn't pulled his head away, Alice would have crushed it with the door. The girl sighed and lowered her eyes. These people have neither soul nor heart. The guy was having a hard time choosing a university that would suit him. Alice saw his anxiety. She came up to him and said that he had enough time to make a choice. Now he should rest and look at their offers later. Tyler said the recruits were waiting for him to pick one. The girl walked toward the exit of the ward. At the door, she stopped and told him that these heartless idols weren't going anywhere. The day of the announcement of the winners of the challenge on the Island of Wonders arrived. A crowd of people gathered on the liner. The chief examiner welcomed all participants to the test. 203 people died on the island this year. A minute of silence should be observed in their memory. Silence reigned all around. All participants bowed their heads, honoring the fallen warriors. After this, Lucas continued his speech. He said that in his opinion, all the participants deserve to study at the university. But the rules of the test only provide this opportunity to the top 10 warriors. Tommy couldn't hold back his emotions. He said in a swear word that they were very cool warriors. Their unit had the best leader. After each of his words, there was a curse. Lucas ignored Tommy's words. He calmly said that every year they choose the best warrior. This year's warrior is Tyler Brightheart. Everyone gathered started to applaud him. A few weeks ago, he was an ordinary guy whom no one paid attention to, and today he is the best warrior. The mentor loudly called him to the stage. The main warrior must say a few words to all the participants of the competition. The saddest person has the brightest smile. The kindest person has been through terrible pain, and that's why they're kind. No one understood what Tyler meant. The saddest person wants no one in the world to be as sad as him, and so he smiles brightly. A kind person shares goodness because he has felt the pain of evil and wants to protect others. Tyler lost his parents and wants no one to know what the pain of loss is. The boy cried. He clenched his fists and shouted, "I am the Rune Warrior, and I swear that I will always protect people from evil." Being a good warrior is not enough to be a good leader. A good leader must be a philosopher who knows not only the world around him, but also understands the world within himself. After his speech, Tyler looked down and thanked all the participants in the competition who helped him save many people. Lucas called Tyler and offered him the first choice of the university he wanted to study at. The guy chose Brimstone without hesitation. Azamat was shocked by Tyler's quick choice. A sound similar to the word, "What?" came out of his mouth. The recruit began to accuse Lola of corruption. He said that she secretly offered the champion training conditions that violated the general rules. The chief examiner stopped the nervous recruit and advised him to be polite because Lola might sue him for spreading gossip. In fact, Azamat was right. Lola secretly came to Tyler's room and said that their university was attended by real monsters. If he chose their educational institution, then upon graduation, his skills would be simply incredible. Lola was a very skilled diplomat. She described her university as a school for real geniuses. Tyler was impressed by her speech and agreed. All the participants of the competition were given trips to the city of New Haven. It is a resort city with many cultural attractions. Tyler was relaxing in the hotel. He did not want to walk around the city because the severe stress affected his spiritual state. The young man had been standing by the window for several hours, recalling the horrific events that had happened to him the day before. The doctor prescribed him antidepressants, but the young man ignored the therapist's recommendations. Tyler believed that he had to endure the unpleasant emotions that the memories had caused on his own. There was a knock on the door of his apartment. The guy looked at the exit from the room. Probably, it was those intrusive reporters again. He opened the door and saw his team. Tommy said that they came to him to say goodbye. Tyler was happy to see his friends. The guy said he would always remember their first meeting. Tommy has not only a big body, but also a big soul. Tyler understood this at first sight. Lilu asked the guy if they would ever meet again. She would really like to spend time with him in a quiet environment, maybe over dinner or a walk in the park. He told her that it was a great idea, but he liked wildlife more. Tyler understood the girl's hint, but she did not cause any emotions in him. The guy decided to turn her down delicately. Tommy always takes words literally. The boy said that he, too, loved the wild. They would all meet together and go hunt rune beasts. Their conversation was interrupted by Monica's thin voice. The woman solemnly congratulated Tyler on winning the competition. She personally came to New Haven to bring him home. The guy's accomplishments are incredible. She has a special gift for him. Tommy whispered that he was in love. Lilu saw a rival in the rich businesswoman. The girl felt sad at the thought that this rich man would steal Tyler from her. Monica offered Tyler to become the face of her company. After signing the contract, anyone who threatens his life will become her personal enemy. The guy looked at the businesswoman with undisguised suspicion. He asked her why she was offering him a contract that was disadvantageous to her. Monica assured him that the contract was advantageous to both parties. She simply offered it first for her competitors. Tyler signed the contract. The businesswoman said the shuttle was waiting for him. It was time to go home, and it would be nice if it didn't take long. The adventures on the Island of Wonders left unforgettable memories. True friends are known in trouble. The guy said goodbye to his team members and went to his room to pack his things. There was a shuttle stop on the liner. Tyler was silent the entire way to the floating terminal. Passing by the spaceships, the boy heard a familiar voice. It was Alice. The girl was waving her hand at him so that he could see her. Monica was acting very strange. She kept praising Tyler and offering her services. The woman even gave him a package of runes with expensive weapons. Monica sat down in a chair and crossed her legs artistically. She looked as if she was courting him. The businesswoman put her hand to her chin and said that the young man lived in a bad area. She bought him a new apartment in a business center as a gift. Tyler said that nothing in this world is without a reason. Why does she give him all these gifts? Does she want something? He wasn't wrong. She has a task for him. A woman doesn't like to be guilty, so she buys him gifts. Monica has a problem that only Tyler can solve. Monica recently had a shipment of goods go missing. The woman wants Tyler and the Blood Wolves to find the lost goods and return them. Alice said that their team is free now, and they can complete the task. The businesswoman was glad to hear this information. She said that she would pay generously for completing the task. Monica stood up from her chair and called Tyler. She had some additional instructions that she wanted to tell the guy face to face. The businesswoman moved a long distance away so that no one would hear that they were going to talk. Alice was surprised that Monica was hiding something. She crossed her arms and snorted discontentedly. Monica said that there are many cheaters around her. She can only trust Tyler. The woman asked if the guy could do a favor that no one should know about. There are many bad people in the world who want to harm their family. Her father died, and now her younger brother disappeared in the wilderness. The woman wants Tyler to save her younger brother. She came up to him and took his hands. There was despair in her sky-blue eyes. Monica asked him to keep this secret and save her younger brother. She had a lot of money and was ready to pay generously for his help. Tyler said that he has a younger sister and he understands her well. The guy will help Monica and he does not need to pay a lot of money. Saving innocent people is his duty. She asked if he was feeling okay. The guy came back from a difficult task. Monica wants to help him in any way. Tyler assured her that he was fine. Alice exploded like an atomic bomb. She loudly told them to stop their romantic conversations. They had no time for meaningless talk about love. They froze motionless and looked at Alice. The girl misinterpreted their behavior. It seemed to her that they were talking about love, not business. Tyler smiled and told Alice that her suspicion was wrong. Monica had additional information about the product, and he would tell the girl what they had talked about a little later. The sound of beer glasses clinking cut through the air as Tyler and his friends relaxed in a restaurant. Uncle John hugged Tyler and said he couldn't believe he was alive. There had been a massacre on Schwar Island. It was a miracle he was alive. The predator said that he was just lucky. Indeed, the guy is weak and can't do anything. If Nick were with him, they would have finished the mission on the island much faster. Farrell's phone rang. He told his friends that the hottest girl in school had texted him. Tyler's popularity had attracted the attention of pretty girls to his friend. After a few seconds, his face became sad. The predator asked him what happened. The guy said that Nina is not interested in talking to him. She asks him to give her Tyler's number. Everyone started laughing. Tyler heard a familiar, thin voice behind him. The guy turned around to see who was calling him. It was Nina. She greeted him and asked him how he was feeling. She had seen the TV broadcast of the trial on Miracle Island. Tyler was a real hero. He had saved many people. The unexpected meeting with his classmate was pleasant for him. He told her that he was fine. He was not a hero, but an ordinary guy who was engaged in protecting innocent people. Nina's boyfriend is very jealous. He asked who this guy is and why she is flirting with him. If Tyler doesn't stop courting her, he's going to get into trouble. This guy is from a rich family. The Rune Warriors are their servants, doing their bidding. This world is run by money, not dumb warriors. Jessica stood up and started walking towards the rich man. It was clear in her eyes that she wanted to hit him in the face. Brandon grabbed the bottle and swung it at the girl. This spoiled boy decided that he could do whatever he wanted. Tyler stepped between them and grabbed his arm. He politely asked him to stop. He and his friends were there to relax, and they didn't need any trouble. The guy got the money and said that he was reserving all the seats in the restaurant. There were no free seats for them, and they had to leave this elite establishment. Such scumbags, they could find food in garbage cans. Tyler couldn't contain his emotions and grabbed the insolent boy by the throat. He told him that if he didn't stop insulting his friends, he would show him what the Rune Warriors could do. The boy saw a sword blade in front of his face and leaned back. He was attacked by Brandon's bodyguard. Bruce said that Brandon is the minister's son, and he won't allow anyone to pick a fight with him. Tyler must behave restrained, or he will be killed without any trial. Brandon started to act defiantly. He called them trash and ordered them to leave the restaurant. If they did not listen, his bodyguard would chop them into pieces. The boy felt a hand touch his shoulder. He turned around and saw John. The husband asked him not to pay attention to the minister's son. Tyler made the decision not to cause problems for himself and his friends. He walked over to his sister's wheelchair and began to walk towards the exit of the room. The minister's son called him. He said they had behaved badly and needed to be punished for their insolent behavior. The guy ordered his bodyguard to break Tyler's arm. Bruce started running towards the guy without a word to fulfill his crazy whim. John and Nick covered their friend with their bodies. They decided to protect Tyler. The bodyguard is a shadow ninja fighter. He appeared in several places at once and dealt powerful blows to Tyler's defenders. John and Nick flew back from the powerful blows. Tables and chairs flew around. The shadow ninja is very fast, and it is impossible to dodge his attacks. Bruce wanted to grab the guy's arm and break it. Tyler felt the air move behind him. He turned around and saw the ninja. The guy hit him in the stomach with lightning speed. A muffled cry came from his mouth. He felt pain, and a sack of sawdust fell to his knees. Tyler pointed a rifle at his face. He was being polite because he didn't want to get in trouble with the minister. If Bruce didn't stop, the guy would be forced to kill him. The rich man's son cursed his bodyguard. He said his father spent a lot of money on him. This stupid ninja couldn't deal with a common fool. Brandon kept throwing bad words at his bodyguard. Tyler ignored them and walked out of the restaurant. As they left the expensive eatery, Nick hugged him and said that Tyler could one day defeat a warrior of the highest rank. But for now, he was no match for him. Monica bought him a new home, expensive weapons, and signed a contract with him that was not beneficial for him. Alice did not like this behavior of the cunning businesswoman. Maybe Tyler is just a gigolo, and he likes it when rich women pay for him. Alice suggested marrying Monica. Then he can quit his job and enjoy the life of a millionaire. He asked Jessica to look after Sophia for a while. He has some urgent matters to attend to. The guy will be back in a few minutes. Vitos and Maria were standing in a dark alley. The man was punching the wall and cursing. He was unhappy with the events that had happened in the restaurant. Maria started to say something, but a shot stopped her. Her head jerked, and the woman began to fall to the ground. The bandit saw Tyler. The guy was standing with an expensive rifle in his hands and looking at him angrily. Vitos began to hiccup. He begged Tyler not to kill him. The man was innocent. This evil woman was blackmailing him, and he had no choice. Tyler looked at Maria's dead body. He said he didn't care why Vitos tried to hurt him. What mattered to him was whether Vitos would stop and leave him alone. The bandit fell to his knees and said that he had no desire to pursue him now. He was now free of this crazy woman and would not cause problems for Tyler. This was exactly what he needed. Now Tyler could stop worrying about his sister. He had dealt with the last problem that was bothering him. Brandon always sat in his father's chair when he was away. At those moments, he felt like the master of the world. This guy is an egotistical narcissist who doesn't respect anyone. His bodyguard told him that his father would be back soon. He gets angry when his son is in his office. The door opened, and the minister appeared on the threshold of the office. Silence reigned in the room. The boy began to make excuses. He told his father that he was very tired and sat down in his chair to rest a little. The boy had a busy day and did not notice how his body ended up at his desk. Theodore ordered his guards to wait for him outside the door. The minister looked menacingly at his son. He walked silently to his desk. The boy acted like his servant. The young man pointed to a chair and politely invited his father to sit down so he could rest. Theodore sat down in the chair and fixed his angry eyes on Bruce. The husband told his son to go for a walk. He needed to discuss an important matter with his bodyguard. His heart was beating like a dog's tail. He wiped his face with the back of his hand and sighed heavily. The boy was lucky that his father didn't have time to raise him. Bruce pressed his hands to his body and asked the minister what he wanted to talk to him about. Theodore said that he had a special task for him. The minister gave him a photograph of a young man. It was the son of the dead minister, Edward Princetus. He had recently disappeared into the wilderness. Bruce must find him and kill him. The ninja looked at him with a surprised look. He asked the minister if it was necessary to kill the guy. Theodore told him not to interrupt and to listen carefully. Bruce would lead a unit of 8 men. These warriors were real professionals. If they failed to kill the guy, they would pay with their lives. The minister noticed that his protege was nervous. He asked him if he would be able to complete the task. Maybe something was preventing him from carrying out his boss's order. Bruce realized that his life was hanging by a thread. He told the minister several times that he would carry out the task given to him by his powerful boss. As he left the room, he bowed and bade farewell to the minister. Theodore waved his hand and told him to disappear from his sight. The man stood up and walked to the window. If the assassins killed Edward, the minister would gain control of most of the city. Theodore wanted to kill the child to make money from corruption schemes. Tyler packed his things and came to his team. All team members were already ready to fly out on a combat mission. All his friends had a strange look. The guy began to worry. Did Alice really tell everyone that he had a romantic relationship with Monica? Nick put his hand on his shoulder and said that from today on, Tyler was the official vice captain of the Blood Wolves team. Now the young man had the right to give orders and participate in planning tactical actions. This news caused a storm of emotions among the team. The guy does not have enough experience to hold such a responsible position. The Predator makes a mistake by giving him powers that he is not ready for yet. The Predator ordered them to be silent and listen to what he had to say. Tyler won the challenge on the Island of the Wonder and saved more people than all of them combined. The guy has skills they never dreamed of. The Predator's decision is final. Tyler will be vice captain. There is no point in arguing with the commander. The Blood Wolves team has accepted their new vice commander. Mavpun asked the boy if he had any of the awakening elixir left. This substance turns people into some kind of invincible soldiers. He is ready to risk his life to feel the effect of the elixir on himself. The Predator pushed the sniper so that he would not distract the guy with his stupid jokes. Sometimes Mavpun would lose the commander with his behavior. The trade route passes through the bandits' domain. Most likely, they were attacked by ordinary robbers. The Blood Wolves decided to inspect the area where the traders last communicated. Nick asked the new vice commander if he was ready to smell the battle. The unit commander's voice was laced with sarcasm. The Predator had no doubt that Tyler could do it. Tyler made a funny face and said that he can't do anything. All hope lies with the great warriors of the Blood Wolves team. The shuttle arrived at its destination. The noise of the engines dispersed the animals with its loud sound. There was silence all around. The Predator gave the order to survey the area to gather the necessary data. If the merchants were attacked by robbers, they should leave some traces behind. Mavpun launched his drone to survey the area from the air. Within a minute, he informed his commander of a cluster of wrecked vehicles nearby. A terrible picture unfolded before their eyes. The equipment was completely smashed. It seemed that the robbers were not satisfied with just stealing the goods and decided to have a little fun. Alice found a truck. Its cargo compartment was empty. Everything began to become clear. The merchants were attacked by robbers, who took the goods and destroyed the equipment they could not take. Tyler noticed a strange spot on the ground. The guy began to doubt the version of the robbery attack. The trace of the fire strike was in a place where there was nothing that could have been the target of the attack. Not far from the fire spot, there was a black substance spilled. The guy leaned over to look at it. The liquid was viscous and had no smell. Tyler had seen this liquid somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. He mentioned Professor Xiao. When they were researching the red-tailed gulls, they found this liquid. Tyler looked at the team members and shouted that they needed to get out of here. The Predator did not react to the boy's warning words. He stood calmly in place. Mavpun began to panic. He asked the boy what he had found and why they had to run away. The ground began to shake under the warriors' feet. The fire elephant ran towards them, pointing its sharp tusks at them. Action was needed immediately. The Predator pushed Mavpun aside and prepared to jump the other way to avoid the attack of the powerful rune beast. Nick didn't have time to jump aside, and the fire elephant dealt a powerful blow to his chest. The man flew several meters and hit his back on a rocky cliff. His breathing was intermittent. The predator felt a sharp pain in his chest. A strong blow broke his ribs. Hundreds of needles pierced his body after each breath of air. The monster strained all its muscles and stood on its hind legs. In a few seconds, it would crush him like an insect. Tyler struck the monster several times with his fire sword. The sharp blade cut through the monster's armored skin. The elephant roared and jumped back in fear. The boy ordered to attack the monster. The warriors ran towards the rune beast with lightning speed. The warriors inflicted bruises one after another, but the monster's skin remained unharmed. Tyler decided to use heavy artillery. He ordered to retreat from the elephant to a safe distance. The guy pulled out a plasma rifle and started shooting at the rune beast. An energy vortex formed around the balls. Monica gave him a powerful weapon that could penetrate any armor. Pieces of earth and rocks flew in all directions. The warriors felt a wave of hot air hit them in the face. The roasted corpse of the monster flew back a few meters. Black liquid flowed out of its mouth. Tyler shot at it in time, and the elephant did not have time to use a fire attack. The predator was given an injection of a drug that restores the body's cells. The husband immediately felt relief. Mavpun found a rune that fell from an elephant. A rune beast of such a large size is very valuable. If they fail to complete the task, they can sell it and get a lot of money. The sound of the explosion could attract unwanted guests. The predator gave the order to leave the elephant carcass and return to the shuttle. Nick was right. The sound of the explosion attracted the robbers' attention. The Stone Soul gang found them. The bandits surrounded them. Nick ordered his team members to stand still. If they tried to resist, they would be shot by snipers. Crank approached them and said that he was grateful for the slain fire elephant. They would sell the body of this rune beast on the black market. Nick had difficulty speaking because his ribs were broken. He asked the gang leader in a quiet voice what they wanted. Crank said that they killed their prey. The elephant belongs to his people, and they will take it. The leader of the Stone Soul gang is a cruel killer, and it is better not to argue with him. The predator understood everything and did not want to talk to the thugs. He turned and walked towards the ship. Sometimes it is better to retreat than to accept a fight that cannot be won. A wall of fire appeared in front of them. The bandits fired a fire cannon to stop them. Crank decided to take the Blood Wolves crew hostage. Robbing merchant transport is not the gang's only income. They get more money for ransoming hostages. Mavpun told Tyler not to fight back. If they fought, they would be killed. These thugs love to sell corpses. His voice was raspy. It sounded like there was a violin in the bandit's throat, making an unpleasant, high-pitched sound when the bow came into contact. He ordered Tyler to give him the runes. The guy gave him his weapon. The bandit acted like a monkey. He grabbed the runes and began to examine them. They were handcuffed to contain the runic energy. This is a very effective preventive measure. If someone hid a weapon, they will not be able to use it. Crank said that if a ransom was paid for them, everything would be fine with them. They were only interested in money and would not kill anyone without reason. He gave the order to take the elephant and take the prisoners to the hold. The ship arrived at the Stone Soul gang's base. The bandits began to fuss to receive their leader properly. The carcass of a fire elephant fell out of the cargo hold. The criminals were surprised that their colleagues were able to get such a valuable loot. Crank saw that his charges were surprised and told them to start preparing the carcass for sale. There are many runes in the middle of the elephant. This creature eats its victims, leaving valuable minerals in itself. To be a criminal, you have to be an idiot. That's exactly what Crank's charges were like. They laughed like hyenas and constantly mocked the rune warriors. Alice told Tyler that they would be separated into different cells. If the guy behaved aggressively, all members of his team could get hurt. They needed to stay calm. The defiant idiot brought Tyler to his cell. He told him to stop and wait until he opened the cell. If the boy played with him, his friends would die. The bandit opened the cell door and ordered him to go inside. Tyler slowly began to walk into the room. The criminal kicked him in the back and said that he was being impudent. They have special methods for people like him, but that will come a little later. The cell contained the same prisoners as him. The Stone Soul Gang makes more money from ransoms for hostages than from robbing commercial transport. There was a boy sitting in the corner of the cell. Tyler saw his red hair, and an image of Monica appeared in his mind. He called the boy, but he didn't answer. Then Tyler extended his hand to get his attention. When Tyler touched him, the guy turned around abruptly and tried to hit him with a sharpened piece of bone. One of the prisoners warned him that this guy was acting strangely. Tyler saw the boy's sky-blue eyes. The warriors were angry with the boy. He was always causing trouble and wouldn't talk to anyone. The husband said that this little idol was always attacking everyone. One day he would get tired of it and hit him in the face. Tyler asked the man if they were transporting Monica Princess's cargo. The husband said they were ambushed and were waiting for her to pay the ransom. He deliberately called Monica's name. The baby immediately turned around when he heard the familiar name. Tyler smiled and asked if there was any room in the cell to get some rest. He was very tired and sleep would help him regain his strength. His husband looked at him in surprise and said that he could sleep anywhere. Crank was typing a letter to Monica Princess. He had everyone she sent hostage. If he didn't pay, he would kill them all. This was his final warning. He called his bodyguard. There is a red-haired girl in the Blood Wolves team. Crank likes girls with this hair color. He ordered her to be brought to him. The guy was half asleep. He felt himself slowly beginning to fall into a deep sleep. There was not enough bread for everyone. Arguments began. The young man asked his husband to share his bread, but he told him that in the wilderness, survival depended on his strength. The boy grabbed Edward by the throat and told the boy to spit out the food or he would kill him. The bread fell to the ground, and the guy just started choking the guy. He was overcome with madness from hunger. Tyler explained to the distraught guy that this couldn't be done. He gave him a stern order to stop, or he would be in trouble. Even bandits don't take food from children. The young man was very hungry. He began to curse and swear at Tyler. The rune warrior showed his fists and said that he would show him what body language was. The man handed over a piece of bread and said that they needed to survive. It was better to share everything equally than to kill each other. Edward apologized for his behavior and handed Tyler a piece of bread. He is a smart boy and immediately changed his behavior. If you do good to a person, he will thank you in kind. Tyler chuckled and said that he had eaten well recently. Edward could eat it all by himself. He needed to conserve his strength. The boy was very hungry. His hands were shaking when he ate. After a few seconds, Edward ate the bread and sighed sadly. He was not full. A woman's voice was heard in the corridor. Alice was screaming at him not to touch her, or she would break all his bones. The guard touched her below her back. Alice said he could say goodbye to his right hand. Tyler has a weapon that can't be restrained or disabled by handcuffs. He can save his friend. If he gives away his secret weapon, everyone on the team could die. Edward could die. Unknown people appeared in the corridor. They knocked the bodyguard down and ordered him to carry out their orders. The husband showed Edward's photo and asked where this guy was. The guard was silent. The husband hit the guard in the nose with the photo and repeated the questions. The husband looked sternly at the guard and said that his boss knew who they were looking for. If he didn't answer his questions, he would talk to Crank. These words created a magical effect. It immediately revealed the guy's location. The door flew out along with the jams. Tyler moved away from the doorway in time. The husband came up to Edward and said that his sister Monica was waiting for him. There was a sly smile on the man's face. Sky-blue eyes were focused on the stupid smile of the intruder. Edward was silent.